Temperature gauge?
Okay, Captain America.
We are ready.
Just to, you have control of the,
Huh?
you have control of the ability to shift through the slides.
Oh,
I don't think you should have that.
no. Oh, I thought it was a temperature gauge. I was going to measure my temperature while I'm sitting here too.
0.
Yeah, still 0. Okay, are we ready to get going? This great Tuesday of March the 1st, 2022, third month already. And it's Mardi Gras day, so I don't see nobody dressed in Mardi Gras. How come? Oh, you got earrings that way and nice pretty blue, so that's pretty good. So we're a little late. It's 9:04. We'll get it going. We're going to go in closed session at first, but we'll get everything going. And is there any additions to the agenda that anybody has?
There are no additions.
No additions?
No, sir.
Okay, would you read into the records of our closed session items?
Yes, Chairman, thank
Madam
you, and members of
Counsel.
the board. There are 5 items for your closed session this morning. The first is under Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. Your agency designated representatives are Director Gomez and Susan Carter. The employee organization is all units. There are 2 existing litigation matters under Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1. The case name on one is Madera Irrigation District and Madera Irrigation District Groundwater Sustainability Agency versus the County of Madera GSA. The second is Elizabeth Cardoza, Mr. Dalton et al. Versus the County of Madera GSA. The case numbers for the Madera Superior Court are listed on the agenda. There's one anticipated litigation matter under Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection 2 of subdivision D, one case. And the last item is a public employee performance evaluation of your ag commissioner under Government Code Section 54957. Thank you.
Okay, any public comment? Don't see none. We'll go in closed session for a while.
We are ready.
My mic on, it helped. Thank you, team. Is there any reportable action out of closed session?
Chairman, there is no reportable action from your closed session. However, there are items remaining for you to discuss when you call for closed session again. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we'll go in after our regular meeting. We'll go back in, if it's not lunchtime, and finish the closed session items. I think there's 2 other ones, so. Okay. We're going to open and close this meeting in memory of people who has passed away. And I have two from the mountains, Patty Law, a lot of you here today probably remember her. She's probably taught more kids and grown-ups, including me, not how to sing, I can't sing, but how to dance, and for the Golden Chain Theater for many, many years, probably 30, 40 years. And she was from England. Her sisters and her brother-in-law still live up in Oakhurst, and she's going to be greatly missed. He just, I can't tell you how many kids and stuff she's helped. And then the other one is one of my fellow Elks members, Carol Houston, and it's Hewitson, so staff will get that. And I didn't know she passed away until I saw it in the paper last night. So, and her husband, they've helped me a lot. He's a security guard he was, and he was, both of them are really good, and they helped the Elks out for many, many years up there. So, any other board members have anybody? Yes, Dave?
Yes, it's with great sadness that I bring the name forward of Ron Harris. Ron Harris, the former mayor of Chowchilla, uncle to Russell Harris. Most of you know Russell. But Ron was probably one of the most friendly guys you could want to meet. He was a gregarious gentleman, and I've known him for most of my life. So he was not only a great community member, but he was my friend. And we will remember him and his big smile, his friendly handshake, and cheerful and jolly attitude.
Thank you. Any others? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to announce an occurrence, a happy occurrence on the other side of things. The District 3 family is growing. Little Penelope Flora Salinas, also known as Baby Penny, the daughter of Nick Salinas, was born on February 25th, 2022 at 8:39 p.m. She's 7 pounds, 2 ounces, 20 inches long. It's reported that she has 10 fingers and 10 toes. And she was about a week and a half early, but her big brothers are really happy and pleased to have a little sister. And I also like to, it was not only Nick, but it was actually Courtney that did all the work. So congratulations to Courtney Salinas. So wanted to announce that.
Excellent. Part of the District 3 family, but lives in District 2, so we should have been announcing that, huh?
Yeah.
Don't they live in District 2?
David, they're in District 3.
Oh, they're not anymore. So they got moved.
Yeah. David, I'm sorry.
We lost.
I'm sorry, David. I know this is an election year, but she's too young to vote.
Any other announcements?
Oh, I have one more. And some of you know, I always knew her as Mom, and she was mother to all wrestlers and football players when I was going through school. Eileen Yanamura.
Yeah, thank you. You're a wrestler too, right?
Not well, but I was
Well,
very
you
good.
did. You got whipped all the
Yeah,
time.
I got whipped all the time.
Eileen
what he's
and
got.
Roy.
I was
qualifier
undefeated against Joe Forfeit though, so that was always good when they didn't have someone in my weight class. Made me a better football player though.
Dave.
Appreciate you bringing that up, Brett. Eileen Yanamura, her funeral was this last Saturday. And Eileen and Roy, close friends of mine as well, went to church with them, and Bob also knows them very well. And our prayers are with their family. She was a very friendly person as well, just very loving and kind of motherly, I think, to describe her. Very motherly. She will be missed for sure.
Just one more then is, I already announced that Sheriff Berkeley had passed away, but they had his service and celebration Saturday. And there was many, many people there. And Matt Marco from North Fork, he said he's always barbecuing for things. He's a retired deputy sheriff also, who also ran for sheriff years ago. He done the cooking, and they said I think there was like 150 people there. So, did you go, Jay, by any chance?
Yeah, Sheriff Pogue and myself were there. There was quite a turnout for that event. It was very well done, and it was a tribute to both Sheriff Berkeley and Maxine. So it was good. Yeah, and the food was good. You missed it, especially the macaroni and cheese with jalapenos.
Yeah. He's a good sheriff for Madera County and a good friend. So anyway, now we'll get going here. Invocation will be from Mike Farmer from the 4th Street Church of God. And Jay, would you do the Pledge of Allegiance today? Thank you.
Please pray with me. Father, we thank you. We thank you for all the blessings that you shower down into our lives, Lord. You know, as creator of the world, you have chosen us to be your prized possession. We're so, so grateful. Today, Father, I thank you for this community that you've allowed us to live in. Ask for your blessings upon our community and upon this committee before us, Lord. Be with them today as they discuss the business matters before them. Grant them wisdom and direction. Lord, may your name be honored and glorified through it all. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic for which is one nation, indivisible, liberty. Thank you very much, Mike and Jay. Thank you, buddy. And number 4, public comment. I'm going to read that in the minutes, Karen.
The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the public to address the board on any matters under the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record.
Thank you. Before we get started with that, first of all, on public comment, I just wanted to thank Jay Varney for emceeing the River Parkway Road ribbon cutting on the 18th. We had over 100 people show up, including all of our safety people, CHP, Sheriff, Sierra Ambulance, our CAL FIRE, and 27 old cars from the Mountain Ramblers Car Club. It was a great event, and I didn't bring it in. Oh, I got it in my pocket. Sorry. 1 second. 8 years and $16 million later, we got it done. You talk about for public safety, it's really going to be not only just circulation, but for public safety. And then the second thing is I'm going to take 5 minutes here, and we didn't forget you, Rob, but we just had to get the plaque made. So I want us all to go down in front and give this to Rob. I want to thank Rob again for the 2021 chairmanship. I did almost all the meetings Zoom. I think I came to 3 or 4 meetings. You've done one hell of a job running this board. I just wanted to thank you, and we got a nice plaque for him.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go down in
Appreciate
front,
it.
we'll hand it to you.
Can't get in the way of robbing his sweets.
Better late than never. Always. You guys got to look at my beads. staff gave them to me to wear for Mardi Gras Day today, so thank you, staff, and make the day pretty. Okay, next on public comment. People, hey, Brian.
Hey, good morning.
Thank you.
Brian Glover, Acting Assessor for the Madera County Assessor's Office. Today I wanted to present to you, and I believe Karen's handing them out, we have our 2021 annual report. It goes over our tax roll processes for last year. Do want to make a apology to Supervisor Gonzalez. On our map, we still show Supervisor Rodriguez. We will fix that.
Uh-oh.
And we have also been recently provided an updated picture. So the version that goes online will be corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
You forgive him?
Yes.
Okay.
For the numbers, for last year, we had just a little bit short of 64,000 parcels that equated to a tax roll of a little more than 16.8 billion. That represents a 5.28% increase over 2020. So far, well, last year we had a total of 29 assessment appeals. I'm fairly confident in saying we're going to come in below that. So far, we only have 14 currently. And last year we were also able to reduce the number of parcels in Prop 8 by 35%. So those are the parcels that had sold at one point for a very high price, and their market value is still below their factored base year value. We still have a few left over from the initial recession, but there's about 3,700 now as opposed to 20,000 in 2011. We're getting there. And I did want to just take a minute to publicly thank Gary Savanda. This is his role, so to say. Put a little section in the back for him, but you know, his vision and drive kind of really changed the office in the 7 years that he was here. Left a lot of positive impacts on us. Happy to answer any questions now or at your convenience.
Yeah. Thanks,
You do have
Brian.
Letty's picture, so.
I have Letty's new picture.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Letty's pictures in it, just on the map
Well,
it says Rodriguez.
Yeah, we do have her picture. There's a more recent one,
Yeah.
a more official one.
Yeah.
So we will get that swapped out as well.
Thank you.
It's a great job, and you've done one heck of a job taking Gary's place. I think you guys must have had a good team
I don't
going.
know that anybody can take Gary's place.
Well, I know, but you're doing a good job, buddy. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
And looking forward to next year. So any other Supervisor Gonzalez?
Oh, no,
That's Rodriguez.
Oh, that's right. No, I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm
I'll get you
sorry.
next time,
I
Matt.
have a public comment, but I'll go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Great report.
Thank you.
I've got
Yes,
one
sir.
thing real quick.
Yes,
Yes,
Dave?
I noticed in your, you explained some of the propositions, but Prop 58 was kind of changed drastically by Prop 19.
Yeah, it's Prop 58 is still in here because, you know, any transfers that happen before that date, and transfers are not only recording dates, but also dates of death.
I don't think the general public realized that that was going to happen under Prop
Yeah.
19 because it destroyed your ability to transfer to your children without reassessment.
Yeah, the requirement now for a principal residence is that the property has to be the principal residence of both the parent, and then it has to become the principal residence of the child to get the exclusion. In the past, it was any property up to $1 million of assessed value.
So,
Now,
so you're
dad has
saying,
to live there, kids have to live there, or the exemption doesn't qualify.
okay, so if they live there full time, they still can get the exemption.
Right. If the parents live there full time, they move out, give the property to the children move in full time, then the children can get the
Exemption.
yeah.
Okay.
Family farms, that's perhaps not at the state level, not defined really well yet, but family farms are a little broader than that. So they have tried to make some inroads into protecting what are considered family farms, but otherwise, you know, unlike Prop 58, which was any property type, Prop 19 says if it's not the principal residence, basically there isn't going to be an exemption.
Don't talk about that too loud. The state will listen and narrow in on farms too.
Could you contact me later about that?
I will, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. I appreciate that. I want to understand that better because I've had 60 or 70 calls on it.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we've had a few too. So
Yeah.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, Mr. Sheriff.
Morning, Chairman and members of the board. I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you to Valerie Mole. She's one of Madera County's newest employees. She was hired, today is her first day, along with Joshua Calderon. He's unfortunately at the range getting on board as new deputy sheriff, but she is here with us. She is our new sheriff's executive assistant. She was born in Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia. She served 16 years in the U.S. Air Force, and the last 15 years she spent with Sheriff Margaret Mims.
Wow.
She told me this morning that Sheriff Mims was so upset with her departure, she had no choice but to retire. Anyway, she spent the last 15 years there. She's married with 4 kids. All 4 of them served in the U.S. military. All 4 of the family. Yeah. So her husband and the 2 children all served in the U.S. military. All were successfully discharged, and we appreciate them for their service. And thanks to Elba for an amazing recruitment. They got us a list of highly qualified candidates, and I think we picked a great person, and she's going to serve us well.
Welcome.
Welcome.
You going to say anything?
I'm so glad to be.
As you can
Mr.
tell,
Jay.
Valerie's incredibly bashful, and if you ask that question, be ready for a response. So, and it's probably true. Margaret probably retired because Valerie left. Because Valerie's been there. I've known her since 2007. She's been a great partner because we did do a lot of things with Fresno, and she helped Sheriff Mims run the Fresno Madera Police Chiefs Association for all those years. So that's not what I'm here for this morning. I'm here to reintroduce you to somebody you already know. I see, when you're a cop, you don't always look at things, you listen to things too. And I can tell you exactly where Tracy is right now because I don't want to get kicked in the backside because we have selected Anthony Loza as the Division Director for General Services to fill that position, which means Tracy has an opportunity to fill Anthony's position behind him. But I just want to make sure the board was aware of that. We had a really competitive final interviews, both with internal candidates, and Anthony came out the best fit for us at this time, and we're just super pleased to have him on board, and today's his first day.
Quality guy.
Welcome back.
Tracy, I'm waiting for you to
Tracy,
say
Tracy, I've never
Come
seen you
on.
not smile with your money pin on.
Okay, no one else? Supervisor Letty.
Too much.
Almost said Max, but I didn't.
I will let him know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to wish the Madera High School Coyotes, the girls basketball team,
Yeah.
good luck today. They will be traveling to Calaveras and playing in the championship game. So I'm wearing the Coyote blue for them today.
Bad news for Calaveras.
So good luck to them. And then March is Women's History Month, so we will be doing a proclamation next week at the board meeting, and we'll be highlighting a lot of the women's history happening here within Madera County.
Great, I'm looking forward to it. Supervisor Day.
Speaking of women's history, there was a first for a woman this last Sunday, and Letty and I both attended the Eagle ceremony for Dina Zoe Hayworth. And she received her Eagle as well as 7 palms for her
Wow.
service to the community. Quite an achievement. She's the first woman in Madera County history to achieve that rank of
Cool.
Eagle Scout.
And she's she's a sophomore in high school.
Sophomore?
Sophomore in high
Wow,
school.
that's really quick.
Yeah, she's achieved a lot personally, and I told her, I said, we'll be hearing from you in the future, I'm sure, somehow, because she's going to do great things. I alluded that she had joined the ranks of Neil Armstrong, Amelia Earhart,
Yeah.
people like Charles Lindbergh, who accomplished firsts, and we used aviators because of the Eagle status. She's flying, and she's going to continue to fly. So we're
And
very proud
sophomore
of
in high school.
Dina Zoe Hayworth. Congratulations.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll go down now to consent calendar. Anybody got any questions, actions, pulling, or anything else on consent calendar? Seeing none from the board. Roger's off there. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. We'll do one, we got a 10:30 public report, but we'll do one item 7A first. And it's a proclamation, presentation of the proclamation naming March 2022 as American Red Cross Month. Anybody from the Red Cross here? There we go. Hey, how you doing? We got your proclamation and all the good stuff you do, and from 1881, Clara Barton formed the American Red Cross, and on and on and on. So if everybody, you want to?
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Hey, buddy.
Thank you, supervisors, for proclaiming March as Red Cross Month. As you know, Red Cross has a huge impact in our community. Every year during all our fires, they are back in our communities, helping any way they can. Volunteers are the bread and butter for our community. So thank you, everybody, and we appreciate all your support.
Okay, we got a thing for you. We'll get a picture. Betty, you want to say something?
What's your name, sir?
Oh, my name's Aaron Johal.
Yeah. I knew him.
He's from the Corsical Chamber of Commerce.
Right. And the Corsico
Amongst
Market.
other-
And
amongst
the
other
Corsico
things.
Market.
Member of the Madera EDC Board of Commissioners.
We'll take them.
Okay, we're going to go to item number 8A, the GSA reports. Karen, you want to read that in the?
Presentation and request to provide direction to finalize Madera County Groundwater Sustainability Agency's rate study.
Thank you. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We have a short PowerPoint presentation. Kevin Kostick from Raftellus and Jim Armstrong and Nancy Fan are on WebEx, along with Duncan McEwen from ERA Economics. Okay, thank you for waiting. So I will share this presentation with Kevin Kostick, our consultant from Raftellus, who's online, so he may need to be unmuted at some point. So since 2014, we have had immense strides made in groundwater management. The county took responsibility for area that's called the white area, which is of course white on a map. It's not affiliated with other groundwater sustainability agencies. We formed 3 separate groundwater sustainability agencies on the valley floor. We participated in robust public processes for groundwater sustainability plans. Those were all turned in January of 2020. to pay for planning and management of the county GSAs. The county GSAs adopted a Prop 26 exempt fee. It's approximately $24 per irrigated acre. And that fee has allowed us to really accelerate planning, both for recharge and land repurposing, as well as domestic well mitigation. And that has all gone on since the fee was in place, and brings us to where we are now with the rates study. So you're going to hear about 4 programs. We have enough information to give you costs for all of them. There are project and programmatic details that would be determined by your board at a later date in terms of rules for participation in those programs. I'd like to call out how successful we have been in terms of grants. Before my time, we applied and were successful with a Prop 1 Stressed Basins grant that did a data gap analysis of what information we had and needed. We also received $5 million that paid for groundwater sustainability plans in the Madera and Chowchilla subbasins. I think we're the largest single recipient in the state of California for GSP funds, so just a big success there. We've also applied for and been successful with Prop 68 planning funds. We're able to inventory domestic wells as well as do additional monitoring well installations. We have a Prop 68 grant for recharge as well with partners including Root Creek and Triangle T. The SALC, the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation, allowed us to construct a structure under which we could repurpose land, take it out of irrigated production, but put it to another useful use. We have a Water Smart grant that allowed us to develop a water market strategy. And there's another $5 million in Prop 68 for recharge currently in process, and we plan to apply for another $10 million from the Department of Conservation for multi-benefit land repurposing. So I would like you to know that staff has been extremely aggressive in going after state funds. But even with that level of state funds, there is the need for a rate study for the fees that would need to fill in the gap between the projects we want and need and where we need to go. So here are our challenges and assumptions. It's new territory under SGMA to do a rate study. There are multiple GSAs, multiple GSPs, which I just alluded to. To implement GSPs that are successful to the state, we need a fee for projects quickly to stay on project schedule. The assumptions are we will follow what is already in our adopted GSPs. Only the recharge projects are candidates for debt financing. Everything else is cash funded. We know that we do not know everything, but we certainly know enough to move ahead. So we are trying to embrace the uncertainty and use conservative estimates and timing, as well as account for reserves. So we've had a lot of workshops. These are the individual workshops on the top for recharge, sites reservoir. That was a board presentation, domestic well mitigation, and sustainable agricultural land conservation. We've also done a fair amount of updates to the board and to the public. We had a public workshop on Friday afternoon. We were capped at 100 people. We had 100 people and more, so we need to upgrade our Zoom account. But I want you to know there were a lot of people there asking questions and listening. So now we shift to Kevin Kostick's share of the presentation, where he will review rate options.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good morning, supervisors.
Morning.
We can go to the next slide. When we were with you last, was it February 8th, we talked about these 3 possible options and the structure of each. So the first is what we presented back in December, which would be a fixed rate option only. So that would be each acre in a farm unit would pay per enrolled acre. The second option is a fixed and volumetric that would be based on where our 4 projects land. So the fixed component would be that same per enrolled acre based on farm unit acreage and would include the SALC project. So SALC is an incentive payment per acre that fixed component would be a payment per acre. And then the volumetric component would be our other three projects in charge per acre foot of water use within a farm unit's transitional water pool. That option, the project base, is going to maximize the amount of costs that are in the volumetric component. The third option is same fixed and volumetric, but taking a policy-based approach to say how much of our total cost do we want to recover from a volumetric component. That'd be 25%. So we're not talking about putting individual projects into different buckets, but simply carving out 25% of our costs that would be in that volumetric dollar per acre foot, and the remainder in the fixed component, again, dollar per enrolled acre in a farm unit. So considerations for any fixed and volumetric rate structure benefits: we're going to provide some degree of flexibility in controlling a farm unit's charges by being able to avoid some of those charges if you are under your allocation. That would seem to improve fairness by crop types or efficiency of irrigation. And we're starting to directly relate applied water with the costs of the GSA. The challenge is, though, there is a potential for variability in how the GSAs generate revenue. So we've got a bucket of costs. Those are, I'd say, entirely fixed, or maybe 99% fixed costs. We want to make sure that we're recovering those. And so anytime we introduce a volumetric component, there's the ability to have some revenue variability. The second is grower acceptance of measurement. So we are using a new technology, at least to folks on the ground. It's been around for quite some time, but we are estimating water use, and that is new. And so we need everybody to understand and be on board with that measurement. The third would be administration. So whenever we introduce a volumetric component, we're going to introduce some additional water accounting. We're going to have appeals processes between what satellite data might say versus what a meter on a production well might say. So that's going to increase our staffing levels. And we should have some increased GSA costs as well, whether that's just staffing and also in pre-funding some of the rate stabilization reserves that might be required when we go out to borrow money for recharge facilities. This slide is going to show us our rate options for the Madera subbasin for those three different options. We are asking for a 5-year proposal overall, but this table on purpose shows only 3 years. The rows there are going to show the fixed component, dollar per enrolled acre, and then the bottom row, the volumetric component, dollar per acre foot. The second column from the left, that's our first rate year, fiscal year 22-23. Now that would be fixed only as it relates to our current water allocation year, 2022, and we don't have a rate on the books, so that would be fixed. The next column to the right is our second rate year, fiscal year 23-24, which relates to next water allocation year. The proposal would be to have that second year as fixed as well, to provide an additional year of data, as well as additional year of outreach for growers. And then the kind of column on the right that has our three different options in our third year, fiscal year 24-25, that's where we would look to introduce a volumetric component or not. So the first column is that fixed only. That's a continuation of simply a fixed only rate structure. The next would be the fixed and volumetric project base. So again, that's going to maximize the dollar per acre foot rate. And so you see the fixed portion goes down from the prior year down to 132, and then a volumetric component of $97 per acre foot. And then the one furthest to the right, fixed and volumetric policy base, that's where we're carving out 25% of our costs for that volumetric component. So the volumetric component is less, the fixed portion is higher. So that's the Madera subbasin. And then we have the same table for the Chowchilla subbasin. Fixed only in the first year starting at $190, $194 in the second year, and then it's in year 3 where we look at these three different options. The fixed only at $202, the project base the fixed at $77 per enrolled acre, the volumetric at $91 per acre foot, and then the policy base you see $150 per enrolled acre and $37 per foot. And then in Delta Mendota, fixed only again for the first 2 years, $92, and then going to $104. In year 3, we really only have 2 options, and that's because in Delta Mendota we only have the SALC program as a project. So the fixed only and the project base are going to be the same there, $129 per enrolled acre. It's the policy-based fixed and volumetric where we see a difference and carve out a volumetric component, $100 per enrolled acre and $83 per acre foot. So we want to show a comparison between a 100-acre farm unit. This is in the Madera subbasin in that 3rd year where we have our 3 different options. The chart on the left is showing that farm unit at their allocation, so using the full allocation in that year. In this, with this option and or those 3 options in this 100-acre farm unit, the fixed only is actually the lowest overall charge. The project base, where we're maximizing how much goes into the volumetric component, is actually the highest, and the policy base is in between. And why is that? Well, again, our costs are almost entirely fixed, and when we start accounting for farm units that would use less, we have to recover those costs, and so the unit rate on the volumetric must be higher. You see that on the right-hand chart. This is now the same farm unit that's 20% below their allocation. Well, now it's flipped. The fixed only for this farm is now the highest, and the project base, where we're maximizing the amount in the volumetric component and therefore maximizing how much this farm unit could potentially save, is the lowest cost option. And giving a projection out to 2040, so we have modeled all of our costs, many of which ramp up over the first 10 or 12 years of the GSA. Delta Mendota is that kind of dark blue to black line. Starts out the lowest and continues to be the lowest again because we only have 1 project in that subbasin. Madera and Chowchilla subbasin start out just about the same. Chowchilla ramps up a bit more slowly, and that's because we've got initial design costs on recharge facilities that we're accounting for. Chowchilla does end up in our projections higher than Madera out in year 2040, 2041, and then Madera ramps up a bit faster out to 2028 and then levels off a bit for all these various reasons with project costs coming on at different times.
We did want to talk a minute about penalties, which are not part of the rate study, but I do think help growers paint a full picture of costs that they need to be aware of. So a penalty would be a charge for the farm unit, so not by acre, not by parcel, but by farm unit, or exceeding the annual allocation. It's a separate decision. It is on a parallel track with that. That's why we're updating, but it is separate and not in the rate study. We're looking at 2 separate charges. The penalty per sigma itself is a maximum of $500 per acre foot over the allocation, and you'll see that number adopted with other irrigation districts in the valley that have chosen to do caps on groundwater extraction. They're looking at that. There's the potential to also add an estimate of what it would cost to replace that extra foot of water that's pumped, and that is around $600 to $650. So the total charge could be a penalty plus the replacement water rate. So I will bring this to the board separately, but that gives you part of the picture of what people are looking at in terms of paying for water in the future. This could be phased in over time as well. So here's our schedule. We are, of course, here on the 1st of March, looking at 3 options for rates. If you give us direction in terms of which rate, we can then finalize the rate study and bring it back to you in April and begin the noticing process. There's a 45-day protest period, and then it could come back to the board in June. The proposed fees would be implemented on the tax roll at the end of this year. So in terms of the
This
rate study
fiscal year.
recommendation, oh, I'm sorry,
Fiscal year, right?
this calendar year. So they would
Oh,
go
calendar
on
year?
tax bills that
It
are,
says on here fiscal year, July 1st.
so
The
the
proposed
rate
fees-
would be in effect, but it's going to show up on your fall
July
tax bill. Sorry.
Okay.
So our recommendation is a fixed rate for the first 2 years for the reasons that Kevin talked about, which is to say it gives us some time to build comfortability with measurement technology and alternatives. As you know, we do have a process for using meters as well. In terms of a recommendation for beyond year 2, years 3, 4, and 5, you will see that the rates that we have shown are most typical to an irrigation district if you look at the project-based rate rather than the policy-based one. We're looking for 5-year rate adoption, not smoothing the rates, so they do escalate over time, so you're paying the real cost. And then we're hoping for direction to finalize the rate study. And it might be a good idea to just go back to the Madera sub-basin rates so you can see those. So fixed for 2 years, and then you have a choice in years 3, 4, and 5. The fixed plus volumetric that is project-based seems like it is most similar to an irrigation district. This concludes my presentation. We would be glad to take questions.
Thank you. And I just, on that, well, what page it was on, but I just wanted to thank you for being the leader in the state and the valley, I think, is with our plans and everything else that the state makes mandatory that we have to do. And by getting all those grants and getting that the highest one in the GSP grant, thank you. And I think everybody should appreciate that. And my first question is, did you show this happened, this PowerPoint Friday at the public hearing yet?
We showed this plus more. We brought the subject matter experts there, Jerry Brown from Sites, Duncan McEwen to talk about land repurposing, John Davids to talk about recharge, and Pete Leffler to talk about domestic wells and answer frequently asked questions. So this has been shared out with some more background too, because of course we always get new folks at every meeting.
Yeah, well, thank you. Like you said, you had over 100 people, and we would have had more if we could have had the next level of Zoom participants.
That's right.
Okay. Supervisor Rogers.
Yes, I want to congratulate you, Stephanie, first of all, for developing a rapport with the farm industry such that they recognize your honesty, your forthrightness, and you've done an excellent job of developing that, which is not easy to do. I mean, it's people typically don't trust government, and you've presented yourself in such an honest way that it's just received well, and I wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you.
I believe in the last meeting, and I was online, I pointed out that volumetric and fixed is what water districts have been doing for years. And I think that was the first comparison that I gave to that. The difference is that we estimate the amount of water used versus actually metering it like water districts do. They don't leave anything to chance in water districts, pretty much, am I right? I mean, they meter it right out of their gates and what have you, so.
Yes, however, meters also estimate water use and have all
That's
sorts
true.
of things that can go wrong with them as
They
well.
need to be calibrated and
Installed properly,
Yeah.
maintained, all of those things.
right. And this is an area where we're going to run into some rough spots in the road over the next few years because when the ETW comes in unexpectedly high for somebody, they're going to be pointing at, well, my meter says, well, is your meter right? So the public needs to be really cautioned that both the public and the county, I would say, need to be cautioned that we've got to marry the two. We've got to somehow marry the two, and we've got to be cognizant of what's going on monitoring the ETW projection or the actual figures that they come out with our own kind of a monitoring of specific areas where we've had wells calibrated that we know, and we have a number of them online. I don't know how they're being used, though, for ETW in that area, or if they are being used. Maybe we can get some volunteers to be part of the program of monitoring the ETW versus the actual pumped, and use several meters to gauge that. Your thoughts there?
Yes, your board will see a contract shortly for a verification project. We have the ability to look at 40 different growers, their meter data and ETAW. And I would also add, and I mentioned this in the workshop, openetdata.org is a website that is public information where you can look at all sorts of ET data anywhere in California. So that's a good place to double check numbers you see out of EROWatch. It uses one of the models EROWatch uses as well, called CBOL.
Okay, that's great. In a way, that's great. We don't want people going out and deciding, oh, you're wasting water over here or whatever.
It's all out there in public already.
Yeah, it is in public land.
It's going to happen.
And one of the great things that you mentioned just now corresponds with what I was just talking about. The water districts have always done volumetric and fixed to accomplish their purposes. I've been a part of that for years in the city of Chowchilla, outside of the city of Chowchilla, through the Chowchilla Water District. So still part of it and still doing it. How do they compare in numbers? 100%, 90%? Where would you say?
In terms of how these rates look compared to the irrigation districts, I do not think they're far off, but we did not do that comparison.
That'd be nice to know.
Sure.
That comparison would be really, really good to know, because there are articles that have been printed which allude to an inequality in how we're distributing water in wide areas versus water districts, and that's simply untrue. This brings the whole picture into parity, if anything, versus an ambiguity or a disjointed process. So I would say just the opposite is true. If a journalist wants to pick up on truth here, truth is we are bringing parity and equality to the picture of water districts versus non-water district lands. I hate to use wide areas because people don't know what that means.
Right.
But in general, non-water district versus water district lands. So I think that's a very important figure to be able to promote. My own personal opinion, just viewing this, I like the fact that fixed and volumetric, I'm not talking about policy volumetric or fixed. I'm talking about project-oriented volumetric and fixed, incentivize the saving of water. Am I correct in that analysis?
We sure hope so.
Well, it seemed through your analysis, the scientific data shows that a person can potentially save water, thus save money. So, and I know farmers, if they can save money, they're not going to pump one drop more than they have to.
I think that's right, but it also ties to the penalty.
Yes,
Right.
that's true. And the penalty, I think the market forces are going to come to bear on that penalty. So I think free market forces as well as that are going to change that whole thing. So what I'm saying in analyzing that is that I think a combination of the fixed rates and the project-based fixed and volumetric are a good component to add to the mix. I understand the first 2 years why you're wanting to do that, but I think options are a wonderful thing. And sometimes we can see how that works best when someone's using both. And I think giving them the options after 2 years is really a good idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pro Tem Frazier. Done?
Yeah, no, not at all. So on the volumetric, so is the volumetric only started to calculate after sustainable yield? Is it just the transitional yield?
Yes.
Okay, so a question that we should always be asking, so once we get to the sustainable yield in 2040, does then this rate go away?
Well, we would need to revisit the rates every 5 years.
Okay, so 'cause it seems like whenever a rate goes in, it never goes away, and we should, we're just getting to a sustainable yield, if that's the goal. But obviously, we have to keep up those projects and running after, but it should
That's
probably come
right.
down, but the penalties would still be there if they're going over the sustainable yield, correct?
You would need to take a look at the logic every 5 years in the rates and see what made sense. But you're right, some of those costs, like maintenance of recharge basins, are recurring in perpetuity.
And then on the fixed and volumetric, so that's based on, so it looks like it goes up to like $256 combined between the fixed and volumetric on the bill impact.
Which subbasin are we looking at?
Madera Subbasin. I'll just use one set of numbers because I know you don't like it when I do math on the dais.
I don't like it when either of us do math.
I won't do math on multiple ones. We'll just look at the Madera Subbasin and kind of use the same logic on all of them.
Okay, so
it looks like it hits up at 256. So that's like the sustainable yield plus about like an extra foot and a quarter, foot and a.
yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure of that. So thank you for also bringing in the bill impact. First, I was expecting to see it on just a sheet, and then I saw this, and this was way too much for a bill. So I thought you hadn't put it in, and I realized it was in a bar graph. But just looking at the current price of almonds, just to use one crop and not multiple ones, so I don't have to do more math. But at $1.70 a pound, about 150 pounds per acre are going to go just into this fee. If you're getting 1,500 to 2,000, that's 8 to 10% of your crop just goes to paying this fee, and that's not including pumping out of the ground. It's going to have a huge impact.
It's not including electricity, it's not
right.
including a penalty.
And it's not including, the issues with wells and $60,000 a year just to keep them running for hopefully 1 year.
Sure.
This is going to change the face of Madera County, the whole Central Valley.
The whole state.
Yeah, and it's staggering to see that and that's just for 100 acres.
That's for a relatively small farm.
Mm-hmm.
Could we unmute our consultant, Kevin Kostick? Thank you. Kevin, was there anything you wanted to add, correct, or augment that I've said?
No, Stephanie.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, this assessor report's going to look a lot different in 5 to 10 years.
But
Good.
I think
There'll be a
SGMA
lot more
fundamentally
demand.
changes groundwater. It changes everything about farming, and it will impact everybody, even if you don't farm, including the cost of your food.
Yeah,
Right.
and everyone who's been mad at them for years will realize how much they've been paying for all the services that the county offers and the cities offer. So, that takes a big hit.
Example is that, Brett, remember 4 or 5 years ago when we had first started all this, and almond farmer come here and said that his land is worth $20,000, $30,000 an acre now, and I said, what's it worth when there's no water?
Mm-hmm.
Zero.
Yeah.
You can be paying all the tax you want right now, but if we keep pumping the water away we're doing, all this just goes away. So we got to do this. Supervisor Farmer John Poitras.
My new nickname. Thank you. Stephanie, just a couple of questions here, and I appreciate, using this 100 acre farm unit as an example. I think that's a good thing to do. So looking at that, now the fixed rate charges, is that going to be based on the entire 100 acres?
Yes.
So, okay. How about after, like this year, there's going to be about a lot of, if you got 100 acres and you're growing almonds, you're going to probably have to take out about a 30 year trees. That means about 33 acres or nothing's going to be happening on 33 acres. Now, does somebody still get charged on that 33 acres?
They do. The way the rate is structured, you would be assessed on the total acres in the farm unit, even if they're taken out of production.
I've got a problem with that.
Okay.
Okay, a big problem. Because you think about, the grower is, number one, taking 33 acres of trees out or whatever it is, and they're not getting that income, whatever that profit is. And then you're throwing a fee on top of that for land that they're never going to farm again. It's just sitting there, and we're looking over the next X number of years, a glide path down to the point where maybe they're on that 100 acres at the end of the 18, 17 years, or whatever, they're going to be farming 33 acres. And you mentioned that we're going to be looking at rates, but it just seems like it's a double whammy on the grower, and they're paying property taxes on top of that. So I just don't see the logic in charging, somebody. You're already charging them for the water they are using. So in this 66, or let's say they're farming 66 acres, they're going to be charged about $13,200 on a 200 per acre deal, which is fair because that's where they're farming. But again, I just don't see the nexus, the logic to charge somebody for land that they are doing nothing with and have no capability. I mean, to me, it's a very punitive, and for that particular grower. The other thing is, and I mentioned it to you yesterday, is in terms of, by crop. There's, as you mentioned, growers think that they use less water than their neighbor, but there could be a situation where you've got certain crops, permanent crops versus, say, permanent pasture or row crops or whatever, that is, they're going to use less water. And vineyard, who knows, pistachios, but it'd be interesting. What I'd like to see is something where it's maybe not a one size fits all. And that's where the volumetric comes in. And of course, that goes right back to that discussion about being unable to get bonding, because of the volumetric. But it just seems like there's some inequities here in terms of being able to measure what people are actually using as water. But again, the biggest problem I have is people being charged for land that they're getting zero revenue on, and they've taken out essentially because of Sigma. Thank you. And then I've got some other questions, but yeah.
Let's see what she has on this one. I agree.
So one of the ideas that came out of the advisory committee was to use this idea of a farm unit. And the idea is that we're not doing allocations by acre or parcel, but there's this larger area that you're managing. And you anticipate that you will have to take land out. So I think, I get that we would love to waive the fees for the acres that we're taking out, but then the fees for the acres in would be higher to compensate for that. So I don't know if, Kevin, if you want to respond.
Yeah, I would just add to what you said, which was, when we think about it as a farm unit, the idea is that you have, yes, you're taking acreage out, but you have the flexibility to utilize that water that would have been irrigated on an acre, this 1 acre you took out, elsewhere. And in a sense, being able to meet the overall allocation easier. The second thing I'd add is we've got the SALT program operating in the background. So that's an option as well, where you're not going to you won't avoid the fixed portion, but for each acre that you enroll in SALC, you're going to net the difference between what you pay in the fixed rate and what the incentive payment is on that acre. And then just to reiterate what Stephanie said, that, unfortunately, our costs are fixed, and this is, in a sense, a zero-sum game. So if we allow folks to avoid the fixed portion on those acres, then everybody else still has to make up the difference. And so that rate just has to be higher.
Or maybe we don't collect as much money.
We are only collecting money to pay for the projects that were in the GSP.
Right. Well, and again, we're looking at this, I'm just looking at it from an economic standpoint. And now with Salk, that wouldn't apply to the acres that are being taken out. This is other acres, right, that are currently would still be able to be in production. So you're still not, I don't think, solving that inequity, that economic challenge, to the grower.
I think this is all a serious economic challenge. I do want to talk a little bit about the crop types. So we have done preliminary analysis of what grapes use or pistachios use or almonds use. We were hoping to put some histograms in the year-end report so people could see what they were using compared to their neighbor, but it looked like we had a fair amount of data scrubbing to do. So we haven't done that yet. But what we did see is that there is a huge range of water use for something like grapes that we think of as very low water using among permanent crops. And I also poked around on etdata.org to see what they were showing for grapes around the valley. And there are grapes that are up to 60 inches. That's a ton of water, right? And I know that, when they're not productive, they're using less. When they're fully productive, they're using more. But I just want to demonstrate big variability within a crop of how much water people are putting on. So that's why we haven't looked at it that way. The other piece is that a lot of our data is coming from the assessor's office or a layer from DWR on crop types. And it gets updated periodically, but it's really a snapshot in time of what they have then, right? They can change crop type. So it's not a perfect solution for fairness.
You got more questions, right, Rob?
You can, yeah.
No, I just wanted to ask one
Yeah.
on the taxes. When they take that out of production, like the farmer code is here, that was
Right.
$20,000 to $30,000 an acre. When they take it out of production, it'll go back down just to bare land.
They should go get
Assessor will have to
reassessed.
redo that.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
So that would do some of that there, Rob. I mean, it might not balance what they would be losing otherwise, but it would help a little bit that way. But you had another question, I thought, so Rob.
Yeah, just one question. You had, there's some money, we're getting $10 million or something, and I was just wanting some more specifics of where that $10 million was going.
Sure.
The
So-
multi-benefit land repurposing.
We are applying for that. It's due April 1st, so Tristan is helping. This most likely will be a county grant, and it could potentially augment the funds that we have for land repurposing. So we're showing paying people about $600 per acre. This could potentially add money on top of that if they add a multi-benefit to the land. That could be a recharge basin. It could be planting a cover crop. There's a list within the grant. So I think this potentially is seed money for the county having a nice, robust program that has some environmental benefits as well, and that augments the rates.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Pro Tem Frazier.
And I didn't, I maybe understood it from him, but so that land, that 33 acres, could be entered into SALC if it was retired through that, and they'd get an incentive?
So there's two options in your farm unit if you take land out. One is you take the land out and you're moving that water to your currently irrigated acres in the farm unit. So that's option one, and I think that's what Supervisor Poitras was talking about. You could also enter those into a contract where we essentially buy the water that they're using, but in that case, you can't use the water in your farm unit, and that's what we're calling SALC.
But is there a middle one where they're only using the sustainable yield from that land, but not the transitional?
We do not have that option right now due to complexity, I guess. But I think that potentially could be an option later.
Okay. And then one of the questions I had forgot to ask, so when we bring the rate study, the majority of it is for projects, right? About how much is in the admin?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. Kevin, do you have an idea?
I think it's going to depend largely on sub-basin, but I think we're in this. I mean, I think we're in the single digits. I probably want to get back to you with the specific number.
If you guys could get back with us, give us all that number. If you.
Well, it's good that off the top of the head is at least the single digits, because I think it would be very hard to pass if we're paying for admin and the bureaucracy versus actual projects to help continue to get water into the ground. So that was just an important thing I wanted to make sure of.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I appreciate Rob's comment about the charge against fallow land because it doesn't de-incentivize crop removal. Now, the ad valorem value of trees is added at the 5th year. And when those trees are removed, that value is removed. But I would assert that the land utilization, its highest and best use, suddenly changes. It doesn't matter what that has been or could be in the future at that point, because legal forces have been brought to bear on that land. It's just like rezoning it. And it's suddenly rezoned useless. So the value of that land would plummet.
That's why she said to go to get it reassessed at that point.
Yeah, it would plummet. And I would assert that it nearly not land.
But if you're being able to use some of the water from it, there is still value to it.
I guess that can be a contributing factor.
As though your crop on it is now water.
You still have sustainable yield.
And
You
transition.
still have sustainable yield and transition water.
And transition water, so that does create value for utilization. However, it's still not going to have the value it has when it's producing so many almonds per acre, pounds of almonds per acre to offset or economic value at that point. So the values will plummet on that. I just want to say something that needs to be said.
Okay.
And
Don't
not that
overload
anybody
nothing.
here is saying this, but I think it's important that we keep this overall attitude about farming in the right perspective. They are not the enemy. And food is important. And I think, what brought this to mind was this last week, the companies that ship products for the U.S. have refused to do so. It could have as easily been them refusing to ship food to the U.S. To me, food grown in the U.S. is so important, not only to the world, but especially to this country. It is a national security issue. So farmers are important to our overall well-being, and we all love to eat. We need to eat. We can't live without it. The Central Valley Project was created for the purpose of delivering water to the farms. John F. Kennedy said it was the best thing to happen to farming and needed to happen because of farming, and it happened because of the ground subsidence. You go back and look at the charts and the history of what happened in Mendota, 28-foot fall of the ground in Mendota.
Yeah.
So CVP was created to deliver water to farms.
But if
Just
they
giving a
don't
little
have
bit
it
of
to
history.
deliver-
And it's so important.
I know.
The amount of water that we've had for thousands of years, by the way, folks, is still the same. It's the same.
Okay.
And here's my point, and I'm finishing with this
Okay.
with this thought. It's not the amount of water that's the problem, it's how it's dispersed. It's been taken away from farming and given to the environment. Somehow we're going to have to come back to that issue and find a political solution to this problem, or we're not going to eat, period.
Thank you. Okay, any more from the supervisors? Don't see none, so we're going to open it up to the public, and what I'm going to do, before I let the public hear, we got a couple online that's going to ask questions. The first one is Letisa from the Leadership Council.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. This is Leticia from Leadership Council. So good morning. We strongly support mandatory allocations and an allocation rate moving forward as soon as possible. However, some of our concerns and suggestions I'll be kind of pointing out. So first, there needs to be a more comprehensive monitoring network to accurately assess the sustainable yield currently being utilized. The accuracy of the sustainable yield is questionable because it is modeled with too many data gaps. Furthermore, SGMA requires that the best available science be used to calculate water usage. Right now, the evapotranspiration technology is not the best available science because it doesn't accurately calculate how much surface water versus groundwater has been utilized in any given year. We recommend a basin-wide metering. Second, we would like to see transition water calculations to reflect the drought, climate change, the proliferation of water-intensive crops across Madera County's GSA, surface water, and groundwater. Third, we are aware that the estimated dollars to replace a domestic well is $30,000, but that seems underestimated considering the self-help is drilling wells for its emergency drinking water program at $40K and to $60K. We hope to see more accurate representation with well replacement. Fourth, concrete enforcement actions should be had in order to prevent bad actors from using penalty fees as a third tier. So some of these could be increased fines or revoking of agricultural well permits if penalties for surpassing an allocation rate are repeatedly issued. This is within the GSA's statutory power. The GSA can go as far as sending cease and desist orders to those violating allocations or revoke the use of wells. Fifth, volumetric waste should be maximized and prioritized to the highest extent possible in order to desensitize overpumping. And in addition to all of this, I just want to kind of respond to one of the Board of Supervisors. The issue is that people are overpumping, and there are certain growers that are overpumping and not necessarily considering the impact on others. So I agree, not all farmers are evil, but there are a lot who are impacting drinking water, and drinking water is important. Thank you.
Okay, Christina Beckstead, Farm Bureau.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. My apologies for not being able to be there live or in person, but I'm in the field today for a farm demonstration. I wanted to begin by thanking the staff, Stephanie especially, as well as Kevin and the rest of the team on their efforts on this. I know it has been no easy task, but I do have a few questions and maybe a comment or two. I would like some clarification. I mean, I know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure that everyone else understands it, is that when you're talking about what will be assessed, so your transitional versus your sustainable yield, we're talking about the ET of consumptive use, not actual applied water, correct? And then I'll just go through my questions so that we can kind of get through this quickly. And I apologize if you can hear equipment in the background. The penalty adoption, my understanding, and so I'm curious to this, is that a penalty cannot be adopted without a vote. So I was under the impression that it was going to be part of the rate study. Obviously, there are some estimates that are in place, but will this be discussed further, or will this be a separate process? I know that the SGMA $500 per acre foot is allowable because it's under statute, but the remaining $600 to $700, what does that process look like and entail? As far as and I apologize, I'm taking notes as you guys are going through things. So on the appeal process, there was indication that these assessments are going to be made on a yearly basis, obviously. And so my question becomes, what does the appeal process look like in the timeline? Because as of right now, as I mentioned at the previous meeting, the numbers that have been reported by EraWatch for a lot of growers are varying significantly. And so if the assessments are going to come out in November for the 2022-2023 tax year, I'm assuming it would be based on the reports that growers just received, because it would be last year's pumping, because numbers wouldn't be in yet for this tax year or for the assessment to go out. So how does that appeal process work into this to make sure that growers are not paying and then having to be reimbursed and go through that whole headache? As far as, there were a lot of comments, and thank you to Supervisor Poitras and Wheeler about the concern with acreages being assessed that have been fallowed. And thank you to Stephanie for addressing that on the farm unit perspective. I did have some, my comment was that, I think that the farm unit should be up to the growers on what they want assessed and what they don't want assessed. So if they have a 2-acre farmstead on their property, on their 40-acre parcel, I think that's their decision to decide whether they want the full 40 or they want to take 38. Because ultimately, to the point about fallowed acreage, we'll say, so if they take out 10 acres of their 40 already, but they want to continue to use water off of it, I think I would assume that as long as they were paying whatever the acre assessment is, so whether it's a hybrid, well, if it were to be hybrid, I guess, then they would still be able to access that sustainable yield. Now, if it's obviously a flat acreage moving forward, then I think then that goes back to the how do you work that out and lessen the degree or whatnot, because I assume that I know obviously is that the per acre charge would encompass all of the fees for water usage minus the penalties. But on a hybrid version, as long as you were paying the per acre fee, you would still be able to access that sustainable yield. So I guess clarification on that would be great. And then I'd also go on to say is, would there be a policy that comes into place to determine that a grower can no longer be assessed on that property? So I know that there are some regulatory programs in place that basically indicate that you still have to pay your fees for to meet that regulatory burden unless you've been fallowed for X amount of years. So for like 5 years,
Can you wrap
you
it up,
still have to pay it
Christina?
unless you've been.
You're
I'm
over
sorry?
you're over 3 minutes. Can you wrap this up real quick?
Yes, I'm just about done. The only other comment I would say is that I thank Supervisor Rogers for his comments, because at this point I just wanted to push on the board, or emphasize to the board, the importance of pushing back on the state and the regulators, because as you see, this impact is going to hit farming very significantly. And unfortunately, the regulatory burdens that they're currently facing on everything else continue to rise. And so it's important that the state recognize that as farming fallows, there's going to be less money to pay for these regulations. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more on the online? Any in the public here? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair Wheeler and Board of Supervisors. My name is Bill Dietrich, and I farm 155 acres out of district in Madera County, so I'm part of the Madera County GSA. I really appreciate Christina's questions. I hope we got those written down so we can get those answered. But I'm here primarily today to talk about the rate structure and specifically the penalties. And I'm going to give some numbers so that you have some specific examples of what 155 acres of almonds would be dealing with. These are high production almonds, so they use a lot of water. For example, they will use, this particular orchard could use 2 acre-feet more than the allocation.
Ooh.
So that invokes a potential penalty of $2,300 per acre, which would be about $380,000. So The property taxes on that are $170 an acre.
How much?
$170 an acre. That's just my straight property taxes. Oh, of course, it includes the $24 administrative charge, the Prop 26 charge that we already have.
It's your Prop 13 value, right?
Yes. So basically, what I would be looking at is a property tax bill of approximately $411,000 if it included the penalty that was mentioned earlier today and the straight fixed assessment of $184 the first year. So basically what that comes at a time when I've already put inputs in for my 2022 crop. The rate study, unfortunately, is hitting us now when we really needed it in September. Because my inputs for the 2022 crop start in September of 2021. And I had thoughts of taking out half the orchard at that time, but I didn't. I mean, dirt is in my veins. Farm. I put those sticks in the ground. I developed that orchard. There's a tremendous emotional attachment on top of the financial component. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to go another year and see what the rate study produces. So the rate, my time's running out already. The rate, the straight fixed rate, I understand that. But my problem is if you choose at a later date that Stephanie alluded to penalize us for the 2022 allocation, it's going to be an incredible burden that I'm going to regret not taking those trees out last November, but I decided to go one more year. So I plead with you and we are going to need to have the penalty dollars there, but do not start that until the 2023 allocation.
Thank you.
So I'm going to leave it at that. I've got a lot of other things here I wanted to say. I'm easy to find. If any of you have specific questions, please contact me directly. And I want to compliment Supervisor Rogers for his comments. As Stephanie said, that needs to be made to our urban neighbors. Our rural culture in the San Joaquin Valley is in jeopardy. And I know every one of you love to live in this rural culture. It's why we are here.
Right.
And it is severely threatened.
Thank you, Bill.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning. Been hiding out.
I see some familiar faces.
Yeah.
So I'm here today on behalf of Clayton Water District. For those of you who are not familiar with Clayton Water District, it has 35,095.
Name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Julia Berry. Actually, it's not Julia Stornetta, but Julia Berry.
Congratulations.
Yes. Anyway, so they have 30,595 acres in Madera County and 7,000 acres in Merced County. So Clayton's very excited to be partnering with the county. They're represented by the Madera County GSA, and Stephanie and her team have done a wonderful job at creating an opportunity for them to access some Proposition $68 to build some conveyance off of the East Side Bypass. So they're very thankful for that. But just want to offer a couple of quick comments on the process. So one of the things that Clayton is looking for when it comes to the funding is they'd like to see any of the money that is collected in the Chowchilla Subbasin be applied to the Chowchilla Subbasin. There is a little bit of concern that because, for example, in the domestic well mitigation project or program, there are very few, there are less wells that will potentially need to be mitigated in relation to the Madera Subbasin. In the Chowchilla Subbasin, I think it's less than 20 is anticipated, and in the Madera Subbasin, there'll be over 100 per year. And so one of their comments is they would really like to see their dollars be applied in their area, if that's possible. I don't know if that's something that can be done under the 218 process, but that's one of their requests. And then secondly, we've been looking very closely at Earwatch, and looking at what happens specifically. It's very easy for us because we only have about 3,600 acres to monitor. And so we would really like to, and I think we've commented before, really like to be involved in tweaking and improving the Ear Watch program because, for example, from the 2021 year to the 2022 year, there were some changes in cropping patterns that don't match what's actually happening out in the field, which can happen. And so we'd like to understand, why they were changed and how we can help give input. And then also some of the ET values that are assigned to the potential or the certain fields don't match what's actually happening out in the field. And so one of the things that we've been looking into is using PG&E pumping records to actually truly estimate how much or to prove how much water is being used. The meter program is great, but it can have some problems. People can not calibrate their meters and they're required to, but meters get old and they read slower. Sometimes people can, actually unhook the meter. There's certain things you can do to sort of get away around it. The growers in Clayton are not looking to do that. In fact, what they'd like to do is propose a third system for proving what their water use is by using PG&E pumping records. And you just compare that to the type of pump that you're using and how much energy was used. And it's a pretty close target, so you can actually show how much water was actually used. So we'd like to be involved in that process. And again, want to extend our thank you to Stephanie and her team and to the county for allowing them to access some grant funding. We're building a pretty substantial pipeline system to move floodwaters off of the East Side Bypass, which is going to help the subsidence problem out there. So it's been a really good partnership. And with
Thank
that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right
Any
at
other
3 minutes, perfect.
Yeah. Any other public comment? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on this. And Stephanie, you have any items you want to
I had one more question
Oh,
for
I'm
Stephanie.
sorry.
That kinda,
Yes.
sparked up.
Supervisor Frazier?
If a farm or farm unit, maybe their crop type doesn't use that much water, but if they don't get past their sustainable yield, say they use their sustainable yield year one, they don't enter into the transitional water, do they still have to pay this rate?
Well, the fixed rate is charged per irrigated acre.
Okay,
So
that's just,
if they are irrigated, they would be paying this.
so they wouldn't pay the volumetric in year 4.
And so in years 1 and 2, they'd pay the fixed rate.
Right.
And then it sounded like the board's direction was towards the project-based fixed plus volumetric rate.
Mm-hmm. So they wouldn't pay any of the volumetric. It would just be the.
But we would use their water use, yeah.
Okay.
Their ETAW.
But if their ETAW was within the sustainable yield and they don't, they wouldn't be using above that, would they have to pay the volumetric?
I think that's right. Kevin, can you confirm?
Yeah, so they would be paying the sustainable yield portion in the fixed component, and then any use in the transitional water pool would apply, or the volumetric component would apply to any use in the transitional water pool. And if there was none, then there would be no.
Okay, so
volumetric.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting when San Francisco and LA find out that food doesn't come from farmers markets, right? That farmers have to be somewhere, and it's not in the city.
Okay. Okay, all yours.
I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. We do know that the monitoring network needs to become more robust, and that's why we've applied for a number of grants to do that. And just a public plea, it is much cheaper for monitoring if landowners allow us access to their property and their well becomes part of the monitoring network. We have had some big issues with that. So just a plea for that, because that is cheaper for everybody. There was a comment about ETAW not being best available science. OpenET is a website from NASA, so very mainstream science. They're using CBAL, which is what EraWatch uses, and it was invented by Wim Bastianson, so he's the person we're using. Kind of mainstream is what I would say there. If there is surface water available, that water would need to be metered and documented, but it is measuring the ET or the ETAW. I think that's probably it. I can follow up individually on the rest of them.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Bill? You and your questions?
And we still have
Yeah.
the ability, if they don't think that the ETAW or through AeroWatch is accurate on their own irrigated land, that they can opt to do a meter.
Absolutely, and there's an appeals process that's documented on the Madera County Water at the bottom of the page called ETAW Appeals. So there's nothing wrong with meter data. We've just seen some meter data that is a
Not
little
accurate.
unique.
There's
So
there's
we need
issues
to,
with all of them. You just have to have consistent
that's right.
measurement tools.
And what I've suggested is, you have AeroWatch now through your admin fee. Go look at what OpenET data is showing. You have another source now that's looking at a variety, and then metering is important. If us using AeroWatch resulted in everything being metered, we would ideally have at least 2 methods of measurement, and that would be great.
And AeroWatch, this method is the method that we used to develop the baseline as well, right? So it is using historical data from here to create the baseline. Is that correct?
Satellite measurement was used, and some of that was DWR's measurement that Land IQ did a couple of years ago. So that's actually a competing product, but same idea.
Same idea, right?
Okay, Matt, did you have something you wanted to say? You okay? Okay, what's your pleasure, board, on this? We want to give her an idea what she needs to be doing on the rate study.
The blended with the project rates.
Yes, I need direction to move ahead with the rate study and to choose a version.
We don't have to choose it today, but we're giving direction
Direction to
for
move
the
forward.
choice.
The rate consultants are going to write the rate study around the rate you choose today.
Okay, I'm going to move that we do a fixed and volumetric project-based.
Do we need a vote for that for direction?
I think
No.
we ought to keep it open.
That we direct staff to develop that
Okay.
rate.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like
And
to,
I was going to add something to that motion as well, that that enrolled lands that are fallowed, that staff consider the implications for removing that land from the rate.
Rob, did you
Well,
have?
yeah, and that's down, I mean, that just to join that comment and that thought, again, I was just doing some rough computations. Let's say in this 100-acre situation, somebody had, let's say some relatively, I'll use some poor performing almonds. Let's say they're 2,000 an acre, they're getting $2 a pound, and they've got $2,500 an acre costs. That 33 acres is going to represent about almost $50,000 in income, net income to that grower. That's going off the table. 77 acre feet of water is not going to be used anymore. And so to me, you've already got, some punitive action against the grower. Well, maybe not punitive, but it's just the way it is.
Right.
You're taking it out so that's not going there. That's not in the pocket. And then you look at $6,600 in addition to charge that particular grower for ground that he's not even using anymore. So it's about a $56,000, $57,000 hit to that particular grower in that case, and it's going to be a larger one the higher production that you have. So again, the acres coming out in my situation, as opposed to Mr. Dietrich, we did take out acres, much to the in 80-acre parcel. My son-in-law or farm manager was not, he was saying, but we can do this. I said, cut off the water. We're taking out the trees. I don't want to waste any more, evapotranspiration equivalents on these trees. And so it hurts, but it's just the way it is. We've expected it and we know it's coming. But I've always been under the impression that that people using whatever water they use within the guidelines and the constraints, that's where they're going to be charged on. And so again, to me, looking at a fixed rate on ground that's never going to be farmed again, more than likely, regardless of the projects that we'll be spending money on, again, to me, that's very punitive. And I know that this glide path was all about protecting the economy and not driving a wedge or a spear too quickly into wide area growers. But, it's just a little bit more is just not, is hurtful. So wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, Dave's got a motion, and anybody want to second that, or did you want to add to it?
I'd like to ask County Council if we need a motion. I have no problem seconding it if we do.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board, in this case, without a motion, it's hard to make sure that the consensus of the board is heard.
Second.
However, because we're dealing with rates, I would really suggest we not do a motion or a vote on this item, and instead we ask someone, Director Agneson, to summarize and make sure that we actually have a consensus that she has the direction that she needs, and we not vote until
Yeah, I
a
withdraw the
future date.
motion then, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so, I gave you the floor, Dina. Okay, Stephanie.
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. So what I heard was approval or direction towards the fixed rate for the first 2 years, and then in the rate structure for years 3 through 5 using the fixed plus volumetric project-based approach. This is for 5 years. This does not include rate smoothing, and we can do some analysis of what it would mean for acres that came out of production.
Right. I think that's important to add that in there somewhere.
Yeah, because just looking to use 33 acres coming out, so you're dividing that 25,600 that is in here for 100 acres, it goes from $256 a productive acre to $387 per productive acre. So that's a huge difference.
I just don't think we can do anything less than remove that. 'Cause
Now,
it's
there might be another number that they can come up with too if they do
hugely punitive.
in researching this. So,
You're killing the industry. at that
so have you
point.
got a direction then on how we're going to approach this?
I think so, yes.
I'd like to hear my colleague, Rob, I'd like to hear your opinion of the summation and where you're.
Yeah, I guess my summation would be, thank you Supervisor Frazier for your analysis there. So you see, you are good with math right there.
Simple, easy Deus math, it works.
Exactly.
And I do it every day. You ain't got no choice.
And I think that gives you an example of what it does, to the grower in a already stressed situation. But at the same time, because of our glide path, that's really, to me, the big key is cutting back on the pumping. And that's and I've been all about that. This entire board has been all about that.
Right.
And we're on that glide path, but it just, and I know we've got these projects and things going on and so forth, but the best thing that we can do at this point, again, is the glide path, maintain that and not be over punitive on the growers with land being taken out. It's just kind of like a double whammy, a slap, in the face in terms of economics to be able to keep maintaining. I mean, you can imagine as a grower looking at land that's been fallowed, say that 33 acres, and going, hey, and I get to pay more money for you right now. And you're, subsidizing, for everybody else. Well, I guess everybody else is in the same ballpark, but there's just something about it. There's just not a sense of fairness.
And we all understand if you're taking that land out and it's in your farm unit, you're still using the water.
You're still using the water, but you're using a lot less because it's all based on, so you're going from, in this example here, 77 acre feet. So let's say it's 200 and some acre, or maybe even more acre feet, and you're taking out about a third of that right off the bat. And so that's going to assist the basin as a whole. The entire basin is going to benefit from that land being taken out, number one. So that's, and then you're allocating, reallocating that water to existing acres. It's just not a perfect world out there. I mean, again, if you're an almond grower, you're not going to suddenly take that whatever acre feet's left over and go, oh, I think I'm going to plant tomatoes. I'm going to take out every single tree because you got this huge investment. Let's say your trees are 15 years old and they were planted pre-Sigma, so you had no idea this thing was coming along. You're not going to take out every tree. You're going to reallocate that water to the existing acreage. So the repurposing mindset logic doesn't stand in this particular situation. What you're going to do, but what you have done is you've taken out 77 or 78 acre feet it's going to remain in the ground where normally it would have been taken out. But again, it's not this perfect world, perfect example, repurposing, just snap your fingers and we're going to, it's just going to be 2 acre feet and we can do these other crops. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, there's got to be a glide path, not a crash path. And when you say taking that water of the land you've now completely fallowed and using it to survive on the remaining acres, that's the only way you're going to glide. And that's not much of a glide. You're on your way down.
So if we were to restructure the rate that way, though, the rate for those acres that are irrigated is going to go up significantly.
Well, okay, because you're looking at the equation. You're looking at the equation at the cost of projects. Okay, so then you just take the remaining acreage and jam up the cost. It can't work that way. Again, because what you're doing is you're gaming the system to get the costs over here to these particular projects. What I think we need to do is to relook at these projects and see what's really going to work. Because, again, we're not going to get, as much as people like to look at this thing, we're not going to be getting all this water in the bypass that people have talked about. We're not going to be, getting, that only happens
every certain years.
Yeah. And
3.3 years.
3.3 years. And this extra water coming from, I know in 2019, the water year started in February or something like that. And they had 2 weeks of free water but it was only 2 weeks on that end. And then on the other end, it went through the end of October. And, there wasn't, it was kind of a short season. So we haven't had anything like that since 2019. It's not going to happen this year, may not happen next year. So I think we have to be realistic in not live in kind of an ideological fantasy world, but just know that we're in trouble and we're just not going to get these things. I think we're wishing for things that would happen, and if this would happen, then we get this water. But I think we need to look at it.
If we don't,
we also have had. I know in recent history we haven't had a lot of those years, but over our 128-year existence, we've had a lot of those years, and we've never done any of these projects to be able to collect it, which is a big reason of why we're in this mess right now. And when people are looking back at this in 100 years, I want them to say, I'm glad they decided to finally do some projects to be able to collect this, or else it'll all be gone over the next 100 years. I don't want people looking back and seeing my name on this board and saying, where was what a short-sighted decision, because it was expensive at that time to not invest in those projects to be able to allow our farmers to continue to farm. So I think it's still important that we go after these projects. They're only going to get more expensive every year that passes, and water gets more and more scarce. So I think it is important that we still, as hard as this is to put a rate like this, it's important to finally deliver water where we can and collect it when we can, because I know every time that before this discussion started and before Sigma was here, every time there would be rainy years, I would get hundreds of calls saying, why the hell aren't we taking any of this water and just letting it go out to the ocean? So,
Well, another thing too, let's not be the next CVP. And what I mean by that is they've taken the water out away from the farmer in the CVP. No water deliveries this year. So let's not make these projects so onerous on the ratepayer that we kill their industry and have these projects.
Well, that's pretty much.
And that's very important component of this whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to close her up on item. You got your direction.
Yes,
Stephanie,
thank you.
on item A. Jay, did you want something to say? I'm not going there.
If Dr. Paul can get done in 6 minutes, can we do B and G? We got 2 staff members sitting here. They'll have to come back in about 3:30
Yeah.
otherwise, because your trash discussion should be very lengthy.
7.
B is
G.
just the COVID update.
taking
G,
up Dr. Paul's time.
Yeah, G actually
I was
could
going
have.
to bring up 7G to 7B. Is your pleasure okay with that, board?
Yeah,
Yes.
I am.
Okay, we'll do 7B and 7G.
Dr. Paul, you're on. Min Nguyen, who's your county epidemiologist, is here also. So.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. It's
Good
Dr. Paul.
morning.
This is Min Nguyen, who's our epidemiologist, the face behind all the numbers that show up on our dashboard. And 7G is simply to ratify a no-cost data use agreement so that we have rapid automated access to the state's data on things like case counts. It saves a huge amount of work on this end doing stuff manually. It also allows us to compare our data to their data to make sure the numbers match in case they're coming up with things that don't seem the same as what we're seeing on our end. Basically, it allows us to automate a lot of data processing steps, which are complicated and very...
Get closer to the mic, would you,
Oh,
Dr.
sorry.
Paul?
It allows us to automate a fair number of data processing steps in the future, which saves a lot of staff time. So it's a fairly straightforward agreement, but it needs to go past the board.
So on 7B, what is our current status and everything on hospital and
The
vaccination?
COVID update?
Yeah.
Yeah, so to cover that one as well quickly, everybody obviously can tell case numbers have come down a lot. You can just feel that from people you know. They were up to about 300, now they're in the 30s. Vaccinations are fairly flat. The big news in the last week or two is that mask mandates, it's been lifted for the public now, for schools as of March 11th, which really leaves people sort of assessing both their own risk, and there are good websites like the CDC website if you want to know what the sort of level of risk out in the community are. So it's moving it from required to people do their own assessment and make their own judgment about mask wearing. The other thing that got announced in the last week or two was the governor's preparedness plan, the SMARTER plan, and there's a lot of confusion. Really, it's not a plan for what we're doing now. It's a plan for what if things happen again in the future, if cases go up, if there's a new variant, all that kind of stuff. And I think the one thing of note in that plan is that treatment is becoming a much bigger piece of the puzzle if COVID were to go up again. Until now, treatment's been pretty limited, but now that there are fewer cases, there's a chance to sort of build up a stockpile of treatment. And I think it'll change from being something that people only think of in extreme cases to something that becomes much more of a, wow, this is something I should be offering to my patients so they don't end up in the hospital. So I think that's a key piece of that plan. The rest of the plan are things like being prepared for vaccination and testing and PPE, kind of things we all know well. But the treatment piece kind of stands out to me. And I think those are the main issues from the update, to be perfectly honest. The biggest thing is the cases have been coming down. There have been some changes to vaccine guidance. They've said that if you're a young male, especially because they're the higher risk for vaccine side effects, you may want to wait 8 weeks to get your second dose. So that's new, and we've incorporated that into our vaccine clinics. Vaccines for younger children is really up in the air. They held off on approving it for the children from 6 months to 4 years. And there's also data that's less effective at preventing illness. It's still very effective at preventing serious illness, even in the sort of 5 to 11 age group. The vaccines for kids is still going to be a big issue down the road. But for right now, it's a bit of a lull, to be perfectly honest. Still working on vaccination. We have more time to do outreach with schools for vaccination for kids. And again, the big thing in the last week has been the masking guidance changes. And that also overlaps with Cal OSHA. The requirement is no longer mandatory if you're unvaccinated at work to be wearing a mask. Again, it's up to people, and businesses can decide to do different things, as can counties in the state and school districts. And I haven't spoken with the schools. I speak with them tomorrow, but my sense is they're pretty much going with the CDPH guidance, and no one is planning to mandate masks beyond what CDPH has required.
Did I hear you say about the vaccinations from 5 to 11 is not finding to be as effective?
Yeah, there's data that's just coming out that it's less effective than it is in adults at preventing infection. And this is with Omicron. The clinical trials were pre-Omicron. And one reason maybe just they picked too low of a dose for kids. So they still definitely get protection from severe illness, but they're not seeing a huge, the 90% protection from infection that was seen like with the initial vaccine trials in adults. And that may also be why they held off on the 6-month to 4-year-olds. They feel like maybe a 3-dose vaccine series, which is very common for other vaccines in kids, maybe what you need to really demonstrate that it's effective in smaller kids. So they're sort of up in the air.
Thank you.
As far as effectiveness.
How about the mobile units? Are they up going yet, or?
No, they're at the final, what color should we paint the van stage? So I think they're showing up very soon. And we're doing a lot of planning now so as to be able to get them out and about once they do show up.
Yeah.
That's been the other change for the health department this week, is starting to think about things other than COVID, which has been a nice change.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say?
7G is the one I think.
Yeah, we got to vote on 7G.
7G is the data use agreement.
And Chair, you might ask for public comment on 7B before moving back to 7G,
Okay,
please.
any public comment on 7B on the update on COVID-19? And then we'll go to 7G.
Have some.
We're going to read that in the record, Karen?
Discussion and consideration of approval to ratify a no-cost data use agreement with the California Department of Public Health for access to COVID-19 data.
You explained that. Anybody got any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Jay, yeah.
I just had a brief clarification on that. You'll notice in the contract that the Madera County Public Health Department is referred to as LHJ. That just means local health jurisdiction, because the state had to do these contracts with 58 counties. They just tried to simplify it. And to digress just for a second back to B, Public Health has just recently ordered a trailer also to go with their vans, and as those of the public sector are probably finding trailers pretty hard to come by. So generally we buy them local. This one we were not able to buy local, but we bought it for the next county over. So
The state doesn't know how to use macros in Word, but they can just enter in each individual county.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
First, second, roll call, please, Karen.
Public comment first.
Oh, public comment, 7G. Okay.
Are they specifying what data that they're asking for? Are they looking for names and addresses?
Currently, all of the, if I get this right, correct me, all of the test data, and vaccine data as well, is both local and at the state level. And they analyze the data, case rates, how many cases per day, and it's based on the data that's reported to them both on test date and symptom onset date. So they, state publishes their case rate for Madera County, so they have that data. We have that data also. We do a lot of work analyzing the data to come up with the same numbers that they're calculating. Very helpful to be able to share their numbers with us so that we can use their numbers, and also so that we can compare if we're getting different numbers from them. So it automates a lot of data back and forth. They already have that data. It's not that we're going to give them data they don't already have. It's that
we can get some.
But there'll be no individual attached to it because of HIPAA, right?
And that's what it says in
Just
there.
you.
That's what it says in there, that it still has the HIP.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that the public
I think
knew
this
that.
data is already reported to the state at
Yeah.
a name and address level, as is vaccine data, but it's protected under HIPAA. You're correct. So it's not releasing any data that's
Right. Okay.
out there.
Yeah, I just wanted the public to know that.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Okay, roll call, please, Karen.
Supervisor Gonzalez? Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, we're gonna break till 1:15. There's a taco truck out here in the parking lot in the back, if you guys wanna go get lunch there. And we'll see everybody back here at 1:15.
My grandma up in Turlock, and I just
Ready? Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Haven't I always?
Okay, let's get this meeting going, so we won't be here at midnight tonight. Are we ready for item 7C?
Presentation of the grant anticipation note.
Tracy. Tracy who?
Right? I think there's a PowerPoint. Anyway, the reason that I wanted to, Tracy Kennedy, Madera County Treasurer Tax Collector, your Treasurer Tax Collector.
Thank you.
Huh?
Did I speak too fast?
No.
It's locked. Sign in. A lovely assistant you'd make.
Shots fired.
Once we get that
Jay,
salary
sit down, Jay.
classification study done. Anyway, so the last couple of weeks, about a week or a month or so ago, we came to you regarding some grant anticipation notes, GANs, okay? And so what I thought I would do is take an opportunity to explain to you what those are. So a grant anticipation note is typically done by somebody in the special districts and where they need some cash flow for their projects. Now, and the funding is, of course, guaranteed by a revenue stream. Okay, typically a note from a water resource or some other agency. And they said that once they get the project done, then they'll be able to complete it and they'll be reimbursed. So typically the grant anticipation note is to allow a little short-term debt. And that's how it's come before you. We issue a note, the district issues the note, the county treasurer purchases the note, and then the district has money for their project until they are reimbursed. And so the reason we do that is I believe in it. Years ago, we started a internal treasury interfund purchasing program. And the purpose was, it was twofold. One, it's a win-win for us. Okay, it's because we're using our local dollars locally. And it's also a good win for the special districts because the insurance or interest rate is typically lower than you would get on a market. Plus, a lot of banks won't lend under 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. They want it to be big enough to where it makes it worth their while. So that's why we started this program, was to help the districts. It's completely legal. The special district issues the note, the county treasury purchases it, and we put it in our portfolio. You've probably read all this. These are some grant anticipation notes that we just worked on: Indian Lakes, Parkwood, Bolita, Eastern Arcola, and the Madera Ranchos. So it touches everybody's district a little bit, and it's for different amounts. You can see they're very small amounts, but sometimes that's what it takes to get them over what they need to do their project. And you see all the funding sources are California Department of Water Resources. Now, I also have purchased other debt that the county has issued: Bass Lake CSA 2A2B and Miami Creek Knolls. We did Rolling Hills. Remember several years ago, we had to, we sold Rolling Hills, the water system, and in the meantime, then we refinanced it, repackaged it, and then I purchased it and put it in the county portfolio. So it was a small amount, 2.7. Of course, it's less now. And the Bass Lake 2A2B was for their wastewater treatment plant up there, sewer system, and it was 7.7 million, and it's, of course, is less now also. And that was something that had been started years prior to us purchasing the debt. And the way that it was structured, unfortunately, it couldn't be sold on the open market anymore just because of the structure of it. And so it really paid for the county treasurer to purchase it, which I did. And of course, then we watch any delinquencies in that area super duper close because we have a stake, right? So anyway, I just wanted to let you know a little bit about that. Grant anticipation notes, totally legal. I want to do more of them. I want to use our money locally if we can. I think it's good for the districts that we help, and it's good for the portfolio. And it's usually better interest rates. You know, interest rates are diving horribly right now anyway. And so I just kind of wanted to give you a little Reader's Digest version of grant anticipation notes.
What is the percent you charge now for anything?
Well, for these, what we do is charge pool plus 50 basis points. So our pool rate is like 0.8. And so 50 basis points is 0.5. So that's like 1.3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
And it's
bad.
for,
Are things not working, so board members?
Yeah,
Brett?
I just wanted to say how important this is and just thank Tracy and her staff for working on these for us. I mean, so a lot of these grants are, 100% funded, but we don't have the money to start it off. And
Right.
without that investment from you and your office into these projects, because you have the grant and you can't start anything and get reimbursed. And so now we have this ability to start it, and what we've been able to accomplish with these GANs. We should name a lot of these water districts after you, Tracy.
Oh, cut it out.
But no, I mean, it's so important. It's a good way to do business, to use our local funds here locally, and then get paid back with, guarantee.
Right, with a good funding source.
Yeah.
Right.
So, without these, there's a lot of projects that we've been able to accomplish. I know just in my district, I know it's been all over the place, but that we would not have been able to do without the GAN. So,
Right.
Continue to have that good relationship and working through. And
Right, and I'd like to expand the program a little bit here and there as we can. We worked with administration and Joel Begay in administration for some of the different borrowings that we have needed. This latest fire station, I was going to get involved in that, but the fire station took a little bit of a different turn, Fire Station 3. And, but, I mean, we're still open to it. I'll still speak to Joel. Anyway.
You went like this.
Mr.
But anyway, I believe it's a good program.
I just like to say, what I like about it is you're cutting out the middleman, you're cutting out, administrative costs and third-party fees and so forth. And so you're earning a little bit more than you might be able to earn, or the same that you might be able to earn in the marketplace. But then the borrowing entity is definitely, the interest rate's going to be lower. So I think it's really a good thing.
And we have a template for the legal documents, so I mean, it's all, and Dale Bacigalupi helps us a lot. We love Dale. Pass that on. We love Dale. And so it does cut out a financial advisor, cut out a bond counsel, and things
and
like
then
that.
we don't have to pass the hat around the special district to get the upfront funds. It's pretty nice. It's
Yeah.
I
Hey,
just
Rob,
appreciate.
from the bank, did you ever try to get some loans from us?
No, Tracy always repelled my request to meet. Yeah, she said, "Oh, I think I'm busy for the next 3 years." You know, so I don't
Rob
know.
waitress, you know that's not true.
Any other board comments?
I have one.
Okay,
So,
Letty.
the payback though, is it short term?
Yes, they are short term.
Short term. So
Yeah.
we wouldn't be able to do a big, massive road project.
Well, the grant anticipation notes typically are short term, but we can write up a note to be a longer term, like we did with Rolling Hills and Bass Lake. So they've gone on, they're 15 and 20-year deals. So we can do long-term debt as well.
Okay, thank you.
And just so that you remember, I mean, you go out and see your colleagues, we do not lend money, we purchase debt.
Okay, any questions from the public? Seeing none, thank you very, okay, public, yes, what do you got to say?
No questions. I just wanted to, I guess, come in here and thank Tracy and her shop as well from our third floor and Public Works and everything we do up there. We wouldn't be as successful as we are without Tracy's assistance and help through that GAN program. And I think we are going to take her up on her offer of wanting to do more and more. We have millions of dollars worth of projects in the queue. And road projects, water projects, sewer projects, you name it, with funds being reimbursed from state and federal sources. And as we all know, the longer we wait to get these projects done and these road improvements done, the more costly that is and the less our money goes towards those. So just wanted to take a couple minutes and thank Tracy and her shop and for all the help on that. So thank you.
Whoopee. Okay. And more from the public. We'll move on to 7C. Tracy?
Do you read it or do you want me to just?
Presentation of the investment policy certification for the California Municipal Treasurers Association.
D.
Is it C?
D.
D. Last year, we sent our investment policy. So we were talking about investments in the different projects. And so we sent our investment policy to CMTA, California Municipal Treasurers Association. And what they do is they go over your investment policy, which is ours is probably 40 pages. And they tell us where it might be weak, where we need to strengthen it, diversification, broker-dealer questionnaires, things of that nature, which we did. And they grade us. They grade us in every area. And so this year, we got somewhere in the neighborhood of 95 points. So that's A. I'm going to say it's an A. Still an A, right?
Yeah.
And so you can just kind of fast forward. I know. So this is what they go. They go through the scope, delegation of authority. They make sure that all of our paperwork is in. All of it's all up to date, it's current, and that we have submitted everything that we're supposed to submit to you guys. And we do. We make sure that we do. And certified investment policy, trust confidence, best practices in the investment policies reviewed. And of course, it helps assisting any outside auditors or even our internal auditors, which, you know, I got a new auditor today too. So anyway, so I'm sure we'll get along fine.
If history says anything, you will.
Yeah. I'm going to break this one in better. But anyway, so of course, the background into any legislative policy is to make sure that we keep up with policy updates, typically for any changes in legislation and any formats. And January 22, Madera County Investment Policy was certified for a second year in a row. So it's similar to what the auditor has done. And they sent up their financial statements to get, their pat on their back. And so this is our pat on our back. And I wanted to share it with you to let you know how good we are, what a good job we are doing. Why are you smiling at somebody over there? Michael Motz.
Huh?
Anyway, if there's no questions, I'll let you get back to your regular business at hand.
Would you go over that again? I didn't catch it all. Karen was talking to me.
Karen?
I have a question for the person that doesn't need a number two anymore. So the $600 million that's in the pool, can you just give us a thumbnail
rundown?
where all that comes from? It's not just $600 million of general fund money.
No,
sitting
sir, it is not. The school districts account for half of the pool, right? So the school districts, if we have 600 million, you can just bet they have their 300 million of it is them. Okay, Madera Unified, Golden Valley, Bass Lake, all the school districts. School districts are a mandatory depositor, which means that any money that they collect out there, direct deposits, money from the state, apportionments, and that all has to come through the county treasury. So they are mandated depositors. Also, money that is on deposit is road funds money, sales tax money, special district money. So there is, it's an amalgamation of all the different district welfare, right? DSS, things of that nature. So we have the treasury pool is that. It's a commingled treasury pool. So there's half of it school districts, other half is special districts. There's property tax money comes in, and it's held there until we apportion it. We apportion it 3 times a year. We apportion it after December 10th, after April 10th, and again, we true up at the end of June. So anyway, so that's where our sales, that's where our income tax. In fact, where's the, this tells you, this was Brian's little deal here from the assessor, and it tells you where the, how the property taxes are distributed, school districts, county, and this is just property taxes, right?
That's in this?
Yeah. Page 3. Sales tax, special districts, library, mosquito abatement, and Chowchilla, Madera cities, and any former RDA money. So that's all just directly from property taxes. But of course, we collect other monies as well.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that explanation. Any questions from the board? Our machine ain't working, so we got to ask personally. Anybody from the public got anything to say? And none. Thank you very much, Tracy.
All right.
Enlighten us on our
what
bank here we have.
all the money that you have and money that you don't.
Exactly. Okay. 7E.
Sheriff Assigned Vehicle Program as listed on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Joel Bouquet, County Administrative Office. In the audience is Under Sheriff Majeski and Commander Ward and the Sheriff Tyson Pogue from the Sheriff's Office. On January 25, 2022, staff presented several ARPA projects for your board's consideration, and the board gave direction to move forward with the next steps with all of those projects. This is one of those projects. The proposed project is to convert the Sheriff's Office from a shared fleet to an assigned vehicle program. The item before you appropriates $3.8 million of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars as a one-time investment to implement this program immediately, and not in phases. This has been proposed because having a pooled fleet versus assigned vehicle fleet, which most law enforcement agencies are already in that model, presents operational challenges for the MSO to respond to emergencies. And during the pandemic, it prevented them from implementing a lot of the isolation and the distancing requirements and sanitation requirements. It's also being proposed, first and foremost, because it impacts efficiency of patrol deputies to get to their beats, where they have to go to headquarters to go to cars. What that ultimately means is collectively through the course of the year, more time could be spent by deputies going directly to their patrol area rather than going to a central location. Not to minimize also that it runs down the cars. So right now, our replacement policy is 130,000 miles. Patrol cars reach that in 2 years and change, which is not a good policy to have. You depreciate your cars 35% the first year, and then you're replacing them the second. The recommended appropriations will roughly double the amount of patrol cars by adding 45 additional cars. That's a little over than the current number of cars, but we're also allowing for a float number of cars to account for maintenance for some of those vehicles. It is projected that by implementing this, the replacement cycle will go from 2 years to approximately 5 to 6 years. The Sheriff's Office drives a total of 1.8 million miles a year. That number isn't going to change. It's just going to be spread to more vehicles, and the maintenance intervals would be more reasonable for the vehicles. And it's anticipated that to reach that 130,000 mile will be that 5 to 6 years. The rates per mile, the methodology we use includes the replacement cost of each vehicle, and that's not going to change. So this is truly a one-time investment to implement and grow the complement. But as those vehicles reach those replacement mileage in 5 or 6 years, the county will have the funds and will collect the funds adjusted for inflation to replace that patrol car with an equal car, fully equipped in year 5 or 6. This concludes our presentation, and we're all available here for any questions your board may have.
Board member question.
I already asked mine last time. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, did you, Betty? Oh, I just, I know they've talked about this many times, but we never, ever had the dollars to upfront it. And now that we do have that money that the federal government gave us, it's a perfect timing to do this, and can only improve our service to our citizens, because there will be a lot of now time that, like if they live in Oakhurst, they might have to drive clear down to Madera every day to pick up their vehicle because it was being used by that deputy in that area. And now this, and it'll be a lot of relief, I think, for our maintenance, because now they'll have time. They're not using it to be able to get that car maintained instead of trying to figure out how to find a vehicle for that person's route. We only had one vehicle for 3 beats. Thank you. I think this is one of those things that just, it's a win-win situation. So, any public comment?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Got a second? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, guys, very, very much. 7F.
Discussion and direction regarding options for implementing refuse collection services pursuant to SB 1383.
Thank you. Got a team here to start out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to buy us a couple minutes while Jared gets his computer plugged into the system there. So with us today, Matt Treber, Chief of Development Services, John Carlton with HDR, Jared Carter, our Deputy Director, Public Works, and Scott Cross with County Counsel's Office. So with that, let's see how my timing was. We're going to kick it off to Jared and then John, and I'll close it up. We will be available for any questions as well. So with that, want to go ahead, Jared?
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jared with Public Works. The item before you today is related to SB 1383, which is the organic collection or short-lived climate pollutant regulations that came out by the state. We do have a short presentation that we're going to go through here. I did just want to maybe touch quickly on a little bit of the history and the discussion in the county on this. So actually, as far back as 2018, we started talking about organic management in the county. Primarily, it was focused on AB 1826, which was for businesses. And more recently, as you're aware, with the regulations of 1383 coming through, we've had several workshops and discussions here at the board, as well as with the public, related to the requirements of 1383 and what that means for the county and our jurisdiction. So one thing, we're going to go through a little bit of overview just to kind of rehash what 1383 is. Right off the bat, though, the law was signed into law by the governor in 2016, and specifically in that law, there's language that talks about the fact that the funding and the cost for this program and implementation of this is something that is not funded by the state and required to be funded by the local agency through the authorities that they're given under the government code and constitution. So it is an unfunded state mandate. Probably not the first one we've ever seen, but it is a very large undertaking. This is the largest change to waste management in several decades. So it is a massive undertaking. Some of the requirements and deadlines that were put out in the law and the regulations is essentially to divert organic waste target of 50%. That's a state target by 2020. The regulations for 1383 actually took effect January 1st of this year. And the target for 75% reduction or diversion is 2025. And then also there's a component to 1383 related to edible food recovery, which is 20% recovery by 2025. So some key dates you can see here on this timeline. Again, some of the implementation dates and target dates for reduction in organic waste. Regulations went into effect January 1st, which essentially means that the county has to have a program in place and an enforceable ordinance that we can apply in our county for compliance with 1383 regulations. So some of the components, as I mentioned, there's various components of 1383, edible food recovery, the organics collection. There's also education outreach, procurement requirements for agencies to procure recycled materials, and then also looking at planning, capacity planning for future needs. We also have a requirement in 2024 that we have to start enforcing and doing the enforcement at the local level for these regulations to ensure that folks are complying with the requirements. So again, various components. Today, what we're going to talk about specifically is the organic collection service, and we prepared some options to go over with you for consideration. The regulations do provide some information on the collection services and options in terms of how those can be put together, various configurations of cart collections, and we'll talk a little bit more about those when we get into the options that we're going to present here. One thing to note is that this is specific to areas that have been determined to be what we call compliance areas based on the regulations. And so what we have is we've put together maps, and you've probably seen some of these maps maybe in a little bit different configuration, but essentially what it is the regulations are applicable to census tracts that meet a requirement or a population density of 75 people per square mile or higher. And so these maps essentially show where those census tracts are in Madera County. So you can see there's a large portion in the Valley franchise area, and then there's 2 large areas in the Mountain franchise area. So here's a map that just kind of shows the outline of that in relation to the parcels. Again, the orange shaded area here are the what would be the census tracts. One thing I would point out on here is that you see the purple dotted lines that are kind of a little bit outside of these areas. So the census tracts don't follow property lines or specific lines. And so what we've done is we've gone in and looked at the census tracts in our GIS system, and then anywhere where that census tract touches a parcel, if it catches a parcel in any way, then that entire parcel is being captured into the compliance area. So that's why you see a little bit of area that looks like the purple line goes a little outside of the orange, and that's the reason why. So here's another map, just kind of gives an idea of the developed parcels within those areas. So one thing that we wanted to make sure to clarify here, these are definitions from the actual regulations, and when we talk about organic waste generators, basically those are the people or the businesses that are subject to these requirements within those areas. And so the definition of an organic waste generator out of the regulations is any person or entity that is responsible for initial creation of organic waste. The other thing that we wanted to include in here too is the requirements for organic waste generators. And so we've listed here the requirements that are out of the regulations. Again, they're required, organic waste generators are required to comply with the local requirements and choose, essentially by doing one of the following, right? Subscribe to service, waste collection service, or self-haul in accordance with Article 7. And then there's also language in there that does not prohibit any generator from reducing or managing organic waste on site, such as home composting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John to go through our options that we've put together.
So as Jared mentioned, this county's been talking about organic waste for a number of years, back in 2018. You recall about this time last year, we were looking at a proposed plan to try to bring us into compliance by January 1st, 2022, when the regulations took effect. And that plan anticipated areas in the county that would be required for mandatory collection. The Board of Supervisors at a Prop 218 hearing pulled back the proposal to move forward with that based on a couple things. One was CalRecycle was still clarifying certain aspects of their interpretation of the regulations, including whether or not residents would be allowed waivers out of certain collection. Two, there was some discussion as to whether or not collection was mandatory or not. There's read the regulations and the law. You don't see that word mandatory anywhere, but the CalRecycle was saying that. And third, we didn't have the 2020 census data. So we didn't have the data. We thought they were going to rely on the 2010 census data because the regulation is supposed to go into effect in 2022. We weren't going to even get the 2020 data until 2021. So anyway, it was all pulled back. Now we have 2020 census data. We've updated the maps, but we've also looking at how the county could possibly comply, looking at a variety of options and not all mandatory. So I was going to go through a couple that we've put together. I could tell you that there's a wide variety of iterations of all of these. So this is not the final end-all be-all of options, but we thought that this does sort of give you a good, starting point to talk about different type of programs, and they can all be massaged as needed. So we come up with 4 options, and I'll just run through each one of them and some of the proposed impacts as we see them. And just to note again, only areas subject to 1383 as outlined on those maps would be subject to these regulations. So anywhere outside of those SB 1383 compliance areas, the county will not be requiring, compliance from generators, nor will we be offering any type of services to those generators for compliance. So we're only looking at offering compliance services within those high-density areas. So again, we talked about mandatory service, and there's reasons we talked about mandatory service was for a variety of reasons, and not one of those being cost. One of those being illegal disposal reduction, and probably better compliance with some of these state mandates. But we're option 1 here is being proposed as a non-mandatory collection with waivers. So we are proposing that only the areas, again, subject to 1383, would be provided service, and there would be no mandatory collection requirement within those areas. The service is provided by Madco in the mountain and Red Rock in the valley. Would include either a 2-cart service, which is a blue and gray cart, which is gray is for waste and blue is for recyclables, or a 3-cart service, which would add a green cart for yard waste and food waste as a subscription service. Means you have to opt into the service. You have to, residents or businesses, generators of organic waste within these areas would actually have to call the hauler and say, I want a green cart. However, the regulations require that all generators of organic waste, whether they be businesses or residents, have to comply with the regulations. So they have to divert organic waste. So they either opt into the collection, or we are proposing that they comply by several other means. One is subscribing to collection service. The others being showing that they do not generate waste. One option is actually if they have a property restrictions that they couldn't put a bin on. That's really for multifamily and commercial businesses. Self-hauling of organic waste to an approved facility, and we'll talk about that in a second. on-site management, which is backyard composting or feeding to animals, or shared service. One of the options that the community input has given us is that there's a desire to potentially share services with your neighbor. So we've outlined a potential 2-to-1 sharing of service. One thing about the oversight is that the county, or as a local jurisdiction here, has to oversee this program. So there is a county responsibility for monitoring enforcement, monitoring inspections, monitoring reporting, and education and outreach. So that is something that this county staff are going to be burdened with. And some of that can be shared with the franchise holders. So amending those franchise contracts to incorporate this is something that will be coming down eventually to you as well. We've done some planning level cost estimates of the impacts of these type of programs, and we've divided it between the Valley and the Mountain franchise. On the Valley franchise, because a lot of the service is going to depend on the participation. You have 10 people within the Valley franchise signing up for service, it's going to be a heck of a lot more expensive on a unit basis per household than it is if you have 10,000 people signing up for service. So there's a range of costs that Red Rock has provided on here. It is basically additional $28 to $65 per month for that third cart. We've estimated under all of these scenarios sort of an oversight cost that we've pegged at around $5 to $10 per household per month. This would be something that would be shared between the hauler and the county, depending on who's taking on what responsibilities. There's not been a lot of detail developed into these, so these are planning level numbers that we've just sort of earmarked. We think it's going to cost about that much. For the Mountain franchise, the number is $33 to $38 per household per month for the third cart, and again, the additional cost for the oversight and management. Option 2 and option 3 will talk about mandatory collection service within these areas, and you'll see that there are some price benefits to it. There's a little more price certainty to it as well, which is what gets away from the wide range of costs. So option 2 has mandatory collection with both residential and commercial waivers. So instead of an opt-in program, you basically have to have service, but you would be allowed waivers. So it's just a nuance on that, but it does basically, and one thing too is that when we talk about service, we're talking about not only organic service, but also recycling and waste collection. So that is part of what we considered mandatory service, and that's where a lot of the economy of scale comes from in these type of situations. So they can still opt out of the organics piece, but under the mandatory option, the blue cards and the gray card are part of a required service, and there's no opting out under these scenarios. The county would still be responsible for oversight on that, and this also would only be part of that SB 1383 mapped areas. As you can see, the range was 28 to 65 in the valley, and it was 33 to 38 in the mountains. These got reduced to 28 to 32 for the valley, and 26 to 31 for the mountain franchise. And one note here is these are residential rates. There's a wide variety of commercial rates that are also subject to these pricings. We did not peg a whole pricing list on that, but you can think of these as proportional. So it's going to cost about, if they're going to have a cart at the business, it's going to be about this amount, for that type of service. Their services for waste and recycling depend on the volume and frequency of collection. The third option is basically what I would say was proposed back a year ago, which was the law does have in the regulations or the regulations do talk about waivers, but they really only speak to it on a commercial waiver basis. There's not a lot of discussion that I can see in the regulations that speak to residential waivers. So option 3 is really what was presented to this board back a year ago when we looked at mandatory collection. So again, only the commercial businesses would have the right to waive out of service. Residences would not. There was no residential waiver option. Everybody would have to have 3 carts unless you waive out of the organics, and you would have to waive out only if you did show de minimis service, not lack of space, on-site use, or self-hauling. And under all that scenarios, the county would still be responsible for oversight. And these pricings drop even further down below because you have a bigger audience with less waived out service, so better economy of scale. Option 4 has been an option that it's in the regulations. It's called a high diversion organic waste processing facility. The regulations allow for where there are facilities that exist that can accept mixed organic waste with solid waste. You can take it to a facility who must make sure that they actually separate out 50% organics or 75% organics in 2025. So this facility has to be documented to do that. We looked at this for the county. There are no facilities currently in Madera County or reasonably accessible to Madera County. There is a facility it's being proposed and planned up in western Placer County in northern California that is doing some of this work. My understanding is that facility is over $100 million to do this type of work. It's a much bigger county. And they have vendors that have offered them what they're saying is a guarantee on the processing, but it's very expensive. And if the county went ahead and did this, the county is now on the hook to guarantee the performance of this facility. And if it does not, it has to go through a separated collection program. So there's a lot of risk associated with this as well as cost. And the fact that we don't have a facility of that nature available to the county, I don't think of this as a viable option at this time. It doesn't mean that if a facility doesn't site near us and no options come in the future, we can look at that option. There's benefits to having one bin service and that you only put out one bin at the curb and everything gets separated from there. But we don't have that option. So it's been deemed as non-feasible for Madera County at this time. So of these 4 options, at this point, to get the ball rolling on this program and to be able to try to take the next steps, including getting a grant funding from the state and getting an ordinance in place by the end of this month, we are recommending option 1, which is the non-mandatory collection with full waivers. We're open to other discussions on that, and we'll talk through this here. There are, still a lot of things that have to happen after today. Once we get some direction from the board as to what options you want to consider or move forward with. But our expectation, our hope was that we'll select an option today to move forward with in terms of planning our program. And again, always change things down the road, but at this point we need to move forward with our program. We need to adopt an enforceable ordinance by the end of this month. We are proposing to present depending on what you choose today, a draft ordinance next Tuesday's meeting for first reading and a second reading on the 15th, and to have the resolution adopted and presented to Cal Recycle by the end of this month. This opens up the county to about $100,000 in grant funding, which you're going to need every cent of that going forward. We also, because we're talking about excluding a large portion of the county from these regulations, you have to actually formally submit that request in writing to the county. I'm very confident. I've had other clients that have done this. It's a fairly simple procedure. You show the maps, you show the SB 1383, where compliant areas, and you show the census tracts, and they will give you the approval. So that's already been done. Those maps are presented. We just have to formally submit them through the process. And again, I propose we do that by the end of this month. We do need to start to work on franchise agreement amendments because haulers are going to have to prepare, as we talked about before, with getting additional trucks and carts. We need to narrow down what that's going to cost and move forward with those amendments. So the target right now is by the end of June of this year to have some draft or to have the franchise contracts amended. That would begin the implementation phase of this process, which we are assuming is going to take about a year. We've all heard about supply chain, disruptions and everything like that. Well, that's very true, not only for vehicles and carts, but also labor. So, we're going to give a year for the haulers to get their act in order and to be ready to have services start on July 1st of 2023. There's a few other things that we need to do as a county. The law requires you to update your procurement policy. You have to buy organic materials, compost or mulch or biogas, things of that nature. So we'll work with purchasing to update your purchasing policy. And there are targets that they want to do as well. The law requires edible food recovery, be part of this. There's a lot of, food insecurity, in this country and in this state. So this law does target a lot of edible food recovery. We're going to be talking with environmental health about how to roll out that program. We expect that program would also start, probably no later than July 1st of 2023. And pretty much, we're looking to have everything roll out, both collection services and other programs by July 1st, 2023.
And again, this Matt Treber, I'm going to go ahead and cover some of the community input we've received through a number of outreach, and specifically with Supervisor Wheeler and his Chief of Staff, Robert McCauley, as well, with several individuals from community up there. So you will notice in the board's packet and the backup is a resolution that was provided from the community for the consideration of the board. Just to hit some high points on that, the Reso had identified a request to file a 24-month extension to Cal Recycle from the 1383 regs, the creation of a waste management task force, and consider other options than what we've presented to you today for 1383. I would tell you that the county does have a waste management task force. We are in compliance with that. We have a long-range integrated waste management plan that's in place. Yes, it will need to get amended based on 1383 and the options that we go with here. So I did want to call that out and make the board aware of that and the public, that is in the board packet for consideration. The one thing I did want to also address is we on the staff level, we've heard a lot, and the board may have as well, and I know it's out in the community about costs associated with this. I will tell you on option one, right, that is a non-mandatory. The board is not going to be asked to look at rates associated with that option today or this month when we adopt an ordinance, if it's the board's will to go with that option, right? That won't be in our ordinance. Those are things to be discussed and worked out and analyzed over the next 18 months as we move forward to July 1st, 2023, which is our recommendation for compliance, putting this in place. I think we can all agree there is a cost associated with 1383 that the state has put on the county. Again, and as Jared has already identified, right, one of many unfunded state mandates that we get to figure out how to deal with. And we put forward options that we think do address that. And but there is costs, and I think all parties here today and in the public understand that there is costs associated with that. Again, we have identified what we anticipate as an estimated cost of that taking service and the cost for those individuals not taking service, right? But we're not here to tell you or have a discussion about, well, what's that going to and how that's going to go. At this point, we're putting in place option and an ordinance in compliance that's enforceable by the end of this month. So, right, we've seen a lot of proposals from the community. We've seen proposals from the community to charge those individuals that take service additional dollars to fund those not taking service, right? So again, back to my point that everybody can agree there's a cost associated with compliance in 1383. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions of the board.
Ready? Go ahead, Liz.
So regarding option one, since that's the recommendation, we're not recreating the wheel. This is something that other jurisdictions have applied, correct?
Yes, Supervisor, you bring up a good point, right? Yeah, this is, and John can certainly speak to it, so can Jared and Scott as well, because we've all been looking at it. But this is kind of modeled after what we've seen some other counties in the state of California, especially Sonoma County, Los Angeles County, Nevada County are all looking at similar option to address 1383 compliance.
And then just whatever we decide, whatever direction we go with, I would just ask that staff work with the public information team to get the correct information out to the public so that we provide that information to the public.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Frazier.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I guess one good thing is with Sigma, there will be less organic waste and less edible food for people to have to put into the waste stream. But I think, and I want to compliment staff for working with the community, hearing that, you know, getting the feedback. I mean, we started with mandatory with no waivers, and we're ending with non-mandatory and full waivers. And looking at the ability to share cards, like to see that you guys were listening and hearing what people were saying and what was important to them and the way their life was and not wanting to change that way of life. I think you should be commended on that. And that's why these meetings are open to the public. That's why that public input is so important to the overall process and what we get out of it, where it works here versus just what the state sends down as a one-size-fits-all. And so you all did a great job with that. But looking at the maps, there were areas outside of those, and maybe I was just looking at District 1, but like, because it's at Avenue 12, so like the area down on Kensington and a lot of this area south of the Ranchos that currently have service would, and then I also noticed that all of the new growth area, I mean, they only added 16 people in Tesoro and 400 people in Riverstone, but they're not included in it, but they already, it's required to have a green cart already in those areas. But John, you had said that it wouldn't be offered to outside of the area?
The food waste element, I don't think would be. It's still going to have the green carts.
So it would still just be like your grass clippings and your yard waste, but
Right.
not the food waste portion of it.
Right. Again.
That's going to be confusing.
Yeah.
I know.
To people that are across the street from someone that can put
Yes.
their food in there.
We realize there's going to be a lot of education out there because, right, if you're in the middle of this and your neighbor has a green card and you don't, and you have to provide, you know, some type of compliance and your neighbor does not, that's the challenge we face. And we actually tried, if you recall back when we looked at prior maps, we said, well, let's try to avoid that confusion by putting whole communities, together in there. We didn't do it this time. I think there was a thought to try to let's limit, what we try to do with this first pass. We can always change things later. As a board, you have the ability to change how you do things, but as a first blush, we thought just put the people that are required to be part of this based on the census tracts in here and leave the rest of the communities out. But there's going to be a lot of education needed to ensure that we're answering questions like, why am I done? I'm on a 5-acre lot. I don't generate anything. And my neighbor doesn't have to do it, and he's also on a 5-acre lot. But census tract went through your lot and not his. So it's going to be a challenge, and there's again, that's part of the cost
Yeah.
that we need to deal with.
And and there might be somebody out there, I don't know who, I don't even know if this is, but if they believe in this, right? They believe in this organic waste, and they're a non-subscriber currently within those census tracts, but they just want to do the green waste. Can they just do that alone, or would they also have to have the other two carts?
We're not offering green waste service to anywhere outside of the 1383 except for the PUDs. That's the only place where PUDs. Self-hauling will be available to anybody in the county. So if you want to self-haul, we're looking at trying to get North Fork transfer station updated to be able to receive food waste and green waste. Right now, it can accept green waste, but we're actually looking to have it be a 1383 compliant facility. Same thing with Fairview. That would be open to the entire county. So,
And I think the logistics of that would be terrible. I'm probably only asking it for 5 people, but I just wanted to know. And thank you for that answer. And then I saw under the de minimis use to be defined. How do you envision that definition? Is it based on number of people in the household?
There's a definition for it currently for commercial, but it's not defined for residential. I don't know how we're going to tackle that yet. We're going to probably look to see what other people do, try to find some best practices on that, if there is a way to define it. Same thing with physical space limitations. There's actually a physical space waiver that's available, but it has to be like signed by an architect or an engineer. I'm going to start a new business. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to assess people's properties to
because
physical space
I know that was one of the biggest input that we had is I generate 1 bag of trash every 2 weeks that I take over. And so I think it's going to be very important on that definition in terms of for that full waiver for those people. And I would imagine that for the business side of it, that would be like an office building that generates, maybe a couple plates of cake when they have a birthday.
Exactly.
Right?
I think, and actually there is, for businesses, there is a specified amount of waste. If you don't generate over a certain amount of organic waste a week, it's considered a de minimis waiver. But for residents, it's not been defined. So.
Yeah, and John, if I could back to, and Jared had the definition of what an organic waste generator is, which means a person or entity that is responsible for the initial creation of organic waste. So that's my assumption, and Scott maybe could speak to it better, but that's why you see a de minimis definition for commercial, but we all eat, right? We all are initial generators of organic waste, or at least, that's to John's point.
Some of us eat less than others. I probably wouldn't be considered a de minimis user, even just by myself without my kids.
Yeah, but to John's point, that's one of those ones that we're going to see, hey, what's some other agencies, are they tackling that? How are we going to address that on those things? I did want to just clarify, because I saw, some concern over the mapping too, and so I wanted to be clear that, those census tracts, as we talked about, don't follow property lines. They're kind of blobs on a map. So we did take a conservative approach and say if that census tract went and bifurcated, split a lot, or touched, not that it touches, it's got to go into that parcel. Right. Then we incorporated that entirety of that parcel into this service area. I will tell you the majority of those, and you can see the map, large lots, a lot of vacant properties and parcels within that. But just to be clear to the public.
They have to be in there.
Yeah. And when you were talking about the Dirty Murph and the companies guaranteeing, being able to do that and find a market for it, when I was on the city council, I awarded a contract that it included, all the recyclables and about $1 million or $2 million that was going to come back a year to the city for those markets. But like 2 years later, the recyclables market completely dropped out of the bottom because everyone was bringing the recyclables, and it wasn't of the correct quality, and it just. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, we can't pay that. And that was the biggest portion of buying down the overall cost to the ratepayer. And so I would caution everybody that it may look, not only is the cost to run it and the cost to upfront, but when there's not a market for it, any value that would come back to run it is going to be borne by the ratepayers and of the county. So I just think that's an important thing to note. Are we going to get if we don't buy all these plastic bins, do we get an air credit for not polluting by using oil for all these plastic containers? I know that's, but anyway, I think again, I just want to reiterate that, we started with mandatory, no waivers. And I think the state heard loud and clear that Madera County doesn't operate that way, can't operate that way. We've hated that from the beginning. It was the board, the public, staff, no one wanted to do that. And be sitting here today with non-mandatory, with full waivers, has come a long way and shows that we didn't just say, this is the way we're going to do it, and, tough if you don't like it. So kudos to staff and to the public for having that input and engaging on this and showing the state, not Madera County. So appreciate everybody involved.
Supervisor Rogers.
Kudos for your comments on collection of things we think we'll use in another way, because we've just taken an action, and the state took it several years ago, which started the ball rolling on killing the industry that's most likely to use organic composting. So it goes on.
On page 16, the last one, county would be responsible for compliance oversight. What would that require, dollar-wise, staff-wise, reporting-wise, inspections, sites, writing and giving out waivers, et cetera?
Again, we did do our best to provide a range of costs that we associated or thought we would have for that compliance, and that's where that $5 to $10 a month would come into. And certainly, I think John spoke to it, right? We're going to have to amend our franchise hauler agreements to see about addressing that. This is going to be a years-long compliance process and education process. And, there's a reason, right? We have annual workshops before the board on our solid waste program. That obviously will continue and or become more common for us to be in front of you more than that to discuss 1383. So yes, there will be oversight. That's in the regs, right? We have to ensure that that organic waste is getting there. So that's we don't have all the answers as we're sitting here today, but that will be part of the discussion as we're formulating getting to July of 23.
Yeah, do we come up with these same costs all the time for all these other projects like we do, like this morning on water and on permitting, et cetera? Do we come up with these costs all the time to be adjusting these kind of things, because we can't do this for free? We can't use other people's money?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
Yeah, I mean, there's cost to this, there's cost to the taxpayers of Madera County, and so we do have to look at how to recover those. The board has a lot of jurisdiction, obviously ultimate jurisdiction on how that is funded, but we can all agree there is a cost to compliance, right? Whether that's borne by the general fund, it's borne by franchise fees, it's borne by the ratepayers and the consumers and the public, right? Those are all things to be discussed as we move through this process.
Yeah. And then we've done a few studies over the years I've been on the board to come up with those costs, county costs, when we put these numbers out there. And that'll be, when we do that again, this will be part of that same system, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like legally, we have to show what
Why,
that cost
how,
is in order to charge that fee. Absolutely.
I just want everybody to know that this is nothing we can just hand out, give it for free. And then any other members from the board? Before we open it up to the public, we did receive this Transit Advisory Group papers this morning. Part of our backup now, not for us to read because we just got it this morning, but it is entered into the system. And we got another thing at a little after 9 email too that's also been put into the system. So when we get them late like this, we don't get to even look at them. So I haven't had a chance to look at them. I don't think none of us did because since we've been here, we've been busy. So, okay, I'm going to open it up to the public now. Just remember, put your name, address, and where you live, and then you got 3 minutes per speaker. And you got to sign in. If there's a sign-in sheet up there, please. Yeah, good. And you can sign in after your talk. Good man. Name?
Is the microphone on? No, I don't think it is.
Green light.
Thank you.
Now I can hear you.
You may not want to. No, I'm just kidding. But you've addressed most of everything in this letter. But I just briefly, I retired to Madera County 13 years ago, and I retired here for the beauty, peace, and serenity that is the Sierras. And while I was successful enough to hold on to financial resources to be free of all debt, like many of most retirees, I am concerned about outliving my money. And my revenue is strictly Social Security. So you've addressed most of my concerns about the additional trash fees. But the one thing I wanted to cover was the selective enforcement. And if you're the county council, that should be an issue for you. Because if you're going to, as of yesterday when I wrote this letter, most of my concerns have been alleviated. But to charge me even $5 or $10 for a waiver, if you're not going to charge the rest of the other areas, I'm in that area of Oakhurst, but that would be subject to that. But if North Fork doesn't have to pay it, if Ahwahnee doesn't have to pay it, I'm going to have an issue with that under selective enforcement, because it's my understanding that that the laws and regulations, it's illegal in this country for selective enforcement charges and issues. So basically, I want to just explain to you. I live alone. I'm single. I put my black can out maybe once a month, and I recycle a lot. So I put my recycle can out maybe once every 6 weeks, and it's full. Cardboard, cans, bottles. So I'm a conscientious citizen, but I don't like paying for something that I'm not going to use. And my old carrots or old lettuce goes off the end of my deck, and I've got 120 acres right behind me, and that stuff's gone the next day. I mean, I would be happy to compost it and comply with anything that the board or the state wants to come up with, except paying for an additional can that's going to sit there and never get used. That I got a problem with. So I resent emphatically, I'm going to go ahead and read this, but I resent emphatically anything mandatory. I resent emphatically mandatory service, of which I have absolutely no need of. And I resent emphatically an opt-out charge for a service I never need nor want, while other residents of the county are not subject to this fee. As it was first explained to me, the increase for this extra can would have taken my fees to $936 yearly. And that would have been a pretty good chunk of a Social Security check. So between the property taxes, which are 3 checks, my property insurance, which are 2 checks, there isn't a lot left. And to eat up 1 check for trash fees on behalf of myself and every other retiree up on the mountainside that is retired on Social Security, I'd just like to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Come on, be truthful.
We heard you.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is John Pirro, and just for your sake, the next couple speakers, we're going to, the tag presentation that you got, so I'm really addressing what's on slide 1 at this point in time. So as I say, my name is John Pirro. I'm in Ahwahnee, California, and I've been a member of the Trash Advisory Group, which is abbreviated TAG, since its formation, and speak as one on several of the TAG members. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I want to also point out that I'm only talking about the residential application, not the commercial. TAG also wants to thank the staff for your work in presenting your options to us recently. You've met with us several times on Zoom, or actually, I think it's WebEx or Zoom, so we appreciate that. Our understanding of the purpose of the board's options presented to you today is with the intent of getting direction from you about parameters to be considered as you proceed with preparing draft modifications of the existing ordinance in order to comply with Cal Recycle's regulations. As John Carlton recently stated in one of our meetings, and we all acknowledge the elephant that was in the room, we knew it, they knew it, in regards to SB 1383 goals of reducing greenhouse gases, the county has a regulatory problem, not an environmental problem. And I want to reinstate that. This is a regulatory problem. The proposed solution will in fact do nothing to meet the goals of reducing greenhouse gases, but in fact will actually increase it with more trucks, more diesel, more road deterioration, and so forth, and as you mentioned earlier, more green cans, more plastic. So in my opinion, the SB 1383 is political science and not true science. But regardless, we have to deal with this and from a regulatory issue. So as such, we recommend that the modifications be as general as possible and allow the maximum flexibility for future formulation and specific plans to implement SB 1383 and Cal Cycle's regulations. Although we find substantial shortcomings in HDR's option, we agree it's a good starting point. It could be suitable for the intended purpose and principle, and we have developed options for your consideration with the same purpose in mind. We have several points to present today with the other speakers, and we hope that these comments will be helpful in your decision making today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Sue O'Connor, and I'm also on the TAG group, and we have concerns about all of the options, including option 1. The staff calls it non-mandatory. However, there's a charge for not opting in. That's a take or pay fee. We're asking the board to direct staff to identify other funding mechanisms for compliance and education rather than targeting non-subscribers in designated compliance areas that are already burdened disproportionately with the cost to fund the county landfill via more than double tipping fees than all other haulers, including out-of-county haulers. The staff justifies this non-mandatory residential waiver fee to be used as a compliance and education fee, although the staff agrees that there are other ways to fund compliance and education, which is a responsibility that falls on the whole county, not just the compliance areas. We ask the board to direct staff to not include residential waiver fees in the ordinance and not consider any Prop 218 special districts that would be needed to collect these waiver fees. The county has no authority to collect special fees without a special district, and we strongly oppose a special district. TAG's position on non-mandatory means non-mandatory. Cal Recycle allows for self-composting and self-hauling, and collecting a waiver fee is not prescribed by Cal Recycle, and collecting this fee would most likely be done by creating a special district, and we are strongly opposed to that. We ask the board to protect our rights to self-haul and to self-compost and to direct staff to keep mandatory service out of the ordinance language. The only advantage to option 1 is the acknowledgement by the county that organic service is not mandated on the end user, and that self-hauling and composting is allowed by residents, and that general trash service also not be mandated. Options 2 and 3 are basically the same plan with different levels of mandates on service. The estimated rates for adding organic services is in all options is almost double, possibly triple the current rates. Cal Recycle estimated 3.5% increases, not 100 and 200% increases. Authority to collect fees does not equate necessity to collect fees, and we ask the board to protect us from this overreach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is everyone awake?
Yes.
Good. I'm Holly Houston, and I am an organic waste generator, like everyone here. I happen also to be a self-hauler and also an on-site manager, also known as a composter. And having listened carefully today and in other sessions, other opportunities that TAG has been presented with for interaction with staff and consultant, one observation that I would like to make is that there's a great deal of energy right now that has been gathering because of a deadline. And the deadline is 1 month from now. But in fact, there isn't the need for hasty decision-making or hasty ordinance development, because the wisdom of the state includes up to 5 years for planning. And it's entirely legitimate, appropriate. We, the Trash Advisory Group, has chosen to view this as an opportunity rather than a deadline. And the opportunity is one that we would like to take advantage of in the following way. Indeed, we can contribute. TAG and staff will contribute together, I hope, to the modification of existing ordinances. However, TAG is of the belief that having an ordinance generated in the next month that has maximum flexibility and minimum impact economically and environmentally would be a very smart way to go, and not challenging either. We can produce together an ordinance that will be sufficient to guide us in planning for the next several years. A key element in this, in our opinion, is that this allow us to plan long-term. You've heard reference to a task force. We have advocated for a task force, and it has been stated that there is a task force that oversees this dimension of county governance. However, the task force or the long-term planning entity that could go by any name is something that we view as extremely important and valuable, and it does in fact represent an opportunity for all of us to get our planning coordinated, not only to include organic waste management, but also conventional trash and hauling and recycling.
Holly, you're going way over 3 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It goes by fast. It's always on the screen up there, and it's on ours right here.
Oh, yeah, I'm not watching the screen. You are
and
quite
I
right.
appreciate
May
the-
I conclude? I will
Okay,
conclude.
yeah, well, I'll let you go ahead and conclude.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I will
absolutely.
be happy to conclude. We think that the county can engage in some very smart, forward-looking work. TAG is prepared, has been and continues to be prepared to collaborate. And we have documentation, research, and written thoughts that we will share, and we will share also with Cal Recycle. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Holly. Next. Is it Don or Dan? Or Dan or Don?
My mother-in-law calls me Don.
Uh-oh, so I
My
better
name is
not?
Dan. Actually, my name is Danny on
Okay, Danny.
my
I
birth
like that.
certificate.
I'll remember that one.
But when I was growing up, I would go to the bank and do some business, and I would say, I was kind of timid, and I would say, they would ask me what my name was, and I would say, Danny. They'd say, Denny? And I'd say, no, Danny. And finally I just said, I'm done with that. I'm just going to call myself Dan. And then my mother-in-law calls me Don. So I'm Dan Metz, Oakhurst, part of the Trash Advisory Group. You've all seen our draft resolution. I would like to highlight a couple of things. There are three elements. There's the extension, the task force, and the recommendation for alternatives. The extension, we have modified that to become a county-wide waiver request. Only Cal Recycle could grant that if we ask. The county-wide simply means it's not a whole lot different than the census tract for 75 people. It is a county-wide, treating the county as a single large census tract. 52, 53 people per square mile, well within the limit of 75. So that covers the extension part. I'd like to move on to a justification for that. There are several parameters that could influence Cal Recycle to accept our county-wide waiver request. One is total population. The other is population density, 52, 53. Solid waste generated, our rank in the state among other counties is 33rd in the state, and our poverty rate in the county. We are higher than the statewide average in the unincorporated area, and there are pockets where we are triple the statewide average, 36%. We think that, in some of those dimensions, we are inside the eligibility circle. In other instances, we are barely outside the eligibility circle. For example, 70,000 people is a rural exemption. We are 72,000, just barely over. So we think that that would be a helpful thing. And the beauty of this waiver is that it would give us 5 years to do additional work. The second thing is the task force. We've already heard that there is a task force. It's required by Public Resources Code. Unfortunately, it is merely perfunctory, and it is low performing. It does not do any of the long-range planning that we suggest. There is no long-range plan in the county for solid waste. We think that the task force that we propose could build on this existing task force, reinvent it, reconstitute it, include stakeholders, and develop a long-range plan, including looking at illegal dumping. As to the alternatives, the last element, where's the clock? Am I out already over?
You're done.
Oh!
We didn't
Alternatives.
Even count when we was bulling.
Pardon me?
We didn't even count you when you was bulling with me.
Oh, yeah. The last element is alternatives. We suggest that you ask staff to look at multiple alternatives, vet them thoroughly, present to you the alternatives and the findings of that vet work, and then you'll have a bigger picture and be able to prepare a more informed decision. For that reason, we ask that you consider our resolution. It may not be appropriate today for you to consider the resolution, but it should be in the very near future before the end of the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Hank Schultz. You are very familiar to me since I had the opportunity to present to each of you, and I appreciate that. I am also a member of TAG, and my comments are specifically regarding the slide that you have in your presentation that is titled Ordinance Direction. We believe the solid waste ordinance will meet minimum CalRecycle requirements while also providing maximum flexibility by offering low population areas a non-mandatory two-cart residential service, which has already been confirmed with the earlier presentation. We also believe that offering compliance areas a non-mandatory three-cart service will contribute to a better ordinance. The benefits from this: submitting such an ordinance to CalRecycle will help meet compliance report expectations. Also, three-cart reduced cost alternatives presented to the public demonstrate the county's efforts in reducing the financial burden on the community. Lastly, this will result in less resistance and improved regulatory compliance. These things basically go hand in hand. The last page of the presentation that you have has added details regarding the ordinance as well as reduced cost service specifics to help address questions that you might have. We understand the CalRecycle SLCP regulations are a huge challenge for everybody. We also understand that collaboration and cooperation can and will bring about a welcome, sustainable solution. And if I could bring your attention to that last page of the presentation, the first step actually goes again along with what was presented earlier, that unincorporated area low population waivers do need to be applied for or submitted for, and we're advocating that that be done as soon as possible. The second step is the ordinance, which is what we're talking about, and we are again advocating a meeting the minimum regulation requirements while providing maximum flexibility, and that would be obtained by low population areas being offered a 2-container service and compliance areas being offered a 3-container service. And then the next step, which will have to take place before the end of this month, will be the initial compliance report. And one of the snags with what we understand is being proposed is when you fill out that compliance report, you won't be able to provide the generator count for the various services that are being offered because you don't know how people respond to that service offering. You can get over that hurdle by making 3-container service available to the compliance areas with the caveat of finding ways of reducing the cost. And we don't necessarily agree on what those opportunities might be, but people who are dedicated to an objective can find ways of overcoming obstacles and difficulties, and we are confident that we can do that. And Supervisor Rogers, you mentioned volunteers. You're our volunteers. We are more than available and happy to make ourselves available to help contribute to a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wheeler. I am Mark Reed, resident of Oakhurst, along with my entire family. I'm also a member of TAG, and I speak on behalf of TAG. So I want to first recognize and thank, right off the bat, Supervisor Rogers, Supervisor Frazier, Supervisor Gonzalez, Supervisor Boitras, and Jay Varney for taking my call and setting up meetings right away to hear presentations from our group. It was very beneficial. I also would like to thank Chairman Wheeler for allowing us to have meetings with Matt, with Jared, and with John Carlton as well to present the concerns of the community. And you have listened quite well. We still have some concerns. We realize that today you're not approving a plan, but rather approving a plan for the basis of providing preparing an ordinance. We have pointed out some of the shortcomings of the HDR's proposal. We also have noted some alternatives. If HDR's option 1 is preferred as the basis for instruction to staff, we've presented conditions as the basis for saying we can live with it. However, for the stated purpose. We recognize the immediate problem is a regulatory problem. It's not an environmental problem. I think we've all said that a number of times. We must adopt an ordinance in place by March 31st. We respectfully ask the ordinance to be drafted in such a way to allow the maximum flexibility, but meeting the minimum requirements of CalRecycle. We further ask you to direct staff to draft a resolution that covers the elements of TAG's drafted proposed resolution. 25 census tracts have already received waivers from CalRecycle in their counties just in January. It is imperative the staff request waivers as soon as possible for all eligible tracts within Madera County. I've sufficed as the bookend for the TAG's presentation, and thank you very much once again. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Exciting. My name is Randy Thompson. Take a good look at me. What do you see? What do you see?
Prepping young
Big
lad.
fat guy.
You
want me to tell you?
No, you're right, Tom.
Hey,
I eat well. You see a non-generator. All right, that was the first of two trick questions.
You're eating it all.
Okay, I'm a new resident in Oakhurst. I moved up there about 4 years ago from Los Angeles. I have quite a background in this topic. In fact, I came to it several years before our esteemed team here at the front table. I came to this last century. Okay, I am a trained UC Cooperative Extension Master Gardener and Master Composter. I presented at Zero Waste LA in 2008. I have been offering free education to anyone that will listen. And I'm going to make this offer to all of you right now. I'm going to be doing a little dog and pony show up in Oakhurst at the nursery on the 12th from 11 till noon. And again on the 26th, I'm going to talk to people about hot and cold styles of composting and worms. I keep my worms in the dining room, temperature control.
Right.
But it's real important that I make this point. I'm a non-generator. I compost all of our green waste, and the reason I've, in fact, moved to Oakhurst was so that I could practice and teach people how to mitigate their waste stream. I like my blue can, and I like my black can, and I don't need a green can. And in fact, I wouldn't use it. Slide number 17, John, talked about the opt-out fee for somebody like me. And by the way, there's about 30 people in this room. There's a potential that 3 in 100 might be not only composters, but vegan or vegetarian. Really? Okay, a good portion of the organic waste stream, and this is something we haven't heard just yet, is the meat side. Fat, bone, dairy, cheese. That's the organic that we have to deal with that we can't do in a home compost pile. You know that. And so I decided over 10 years ago to become a vegetarian for this purpose. This group is proposing charging me $60 to $120 a year for nothing. I would propose that you take that money and give it to the UC regents so they can train more people like me to come out and teach composting. Would any of you pay a speeding ticket if you weren't even in the car? That's what this fee is basically proposing, that I pay alimony for the child I never had in the divorce I didn't get. Come on. If you're going to start collecting money from people like me, taxation without representation, I'm just going to take it to the highest court. I'm going there. I really am. So thank you for listening. I see I've run out of time. I hope my impassioned plea just sparks an idea in your head. There is another way, and I would like to see the education that I provide for free equal the, what is it, 800,000 you guys are paid a year to do this? Combined salaries? It's not about money. It's about attitude. Thank you so much.
And you do a good job, Master Gardening. He's everywhere. So.
Yeah, I meant that. Come on up at noon on the 12th, all right?
seen all the ads on everything, including the chamber and Facebook. Thank you, man.
Hello, my name is Janice Gomes. I live in Madera County, District 1. And I've been listening to this ever since Brett's brought it up in his monthly get-togethers, coffee and conversation.
Yeah.
I still don't understand. I have a dumpster, so everything goes into the dumpster. I have dogs, so they eat leftovers. I recycle my cans and bottle waters or plastics because I want to get paid for it, not be paying you to take them away. And my sister will not be in this section because she lives on Hildreth Road 200. She gets to dump everything in her dumpster still. I don't understand the difference. It seems like it should be all or none. I'm sorry to say. Sorry, sister. But I think it, not just within 75 people within a mile, I don't know. It's so grown where I am now that probably meets that. But it doesn't make sense to me. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
I'll help you with your waiver, Janice.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Stevens, and I live on Bonadelli in the Ranchos, District 1. I'm not going to reiterate everything that's been said. I think it's been a very comprehensive group, but I'm just coming to you as a Ranchos resident and one who I just ask you to slow down, please. I know there's been a lot of talk on this, and I realize, again, the deadline is coming up, but I think that we can slow down. I think we can do better. I think there's a lot of funding that is charged that can go to some of these education pieces. I'm vehemently opposed to the opt-out fees that will be imposed on anybody that chooses to opt out. I think that's going to be a can of worms. So I ask you to please not go down that road. I think there's other and better ways that we can work on the education piece. The advocacy group that is, I guess, in place that doesn't have community members in it, I would suggest get community members in there. Let's get working on this because I think there's a better way to do this. These trash fees are, for that extra can, are exorbitant. I know that we were told years ago when Red Rock came in and took over, I mean, our trash fees have already doubled since that has happened, and it's frustrating. You know, as residents, we are constantly expected to do more, and we get less service for more money, right? And I realize that's just, to some degree, the way the world is going, but I think the education piece, I think we can get a lot more people on board if we actually can just involve the community a little bit more. And again, I know this has been worked on for quite a while. It's come to a head because of the deadline, but I just request you try to get the waiver, get more people involved. I think that we can come up with a solution that, you know, a lot of this, in my opinion, is political, but I think that we can come up with the education pieces. We can come up with with ways to comply that are not going to push people's financial budgets even further. So I ask that you please slow down and let's get some of us involved that are stakeholders and that do care, you know, about what's going on. So thank you.
Okay, any online? There is? Okay, I haven't got a list there. Oh, Karen's bringing them to me. Oh, Mark Sobel?
Yes. Hi, Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mark Sobel from Oakhurst. I'm going to attempt to simplify the issue of the proposed waiver noted in option 1. And please note that what is not shown to you was the cost of the waiver that was mentioned. They are proposing to charge individuals a fee to get a waiver. Existing code requires every person to legally dispose of trash when they generate it. The county is required to provide a way to dispose of it legally a number of ways. More than a decade ago, the disposal process expanded to include systems to separate recycled plastic, paper, etc. Subscription service expanded to include a blue cart. Today, these services are optional, just as with the dog license. If you have a dog, you pay the license fee. No dog, no license, and no one's forcing you to pay a no dog license fee. You do not have to pay to get a waiver to tell the county you have no dog. Now the state has new code known as 1383 that has again expanded the disposal requirement to include organic material, including yard and food waste. The code only requires certain parts of the county to expand those services within this new program. To comply, haulers will be adding the green card to existing black and blue cards. No part of the code requires anyone to subscribe. The new code, as before, only requires generators to participate in the county program. The existing and new code has no provisions for identifying generators. There is no existing requirement for anyone to make an application or declare if they generate trash or how they have chosen to dispose of it. Your program today is known as non-mandatory service, which is common in rural America. Option 1 is titled as non-mandatory. It includes a mandatory element, which is this waiver fee part. 1383 does not give the county authority to make people pay for choosing not to have trash service. Today, the county does not have a special district or similar program that can make people pay for services not received. So let me be clear. Opting in means optional, non-mandatory, making anyone that chooses not to opt in to apply for a waiver is a government mandate you have no authority to impose. The new code requires county reporting on services received, not services not used. Here's the bottom line. There is no authority to impose a waiver application fee, a fee for anything for those people who do not use county waste disposal systems, unless a Prop 218 process is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one that's named GMW. We're waiting for a response.
Any other from the public here?
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Gina Wallace, and I'm a constituent in District 1. I wanted to address the ordinance, if I may. Normally, in order for an ordinance to be constitutional, it must be done with the least restrictive means. And normally, mandates are not upheld under the law and not considered to be the least restrictive way of writing a statute. So I'd like to propose that perhaps that there is a way to write this ordinance where there is a volunteer program countywide in order to meet the threshold that is required by our supervisors and the state prior to looking at even option 1. Thank you.
More on that? I'm going to close the public hearing. Staff? What do you guys have? Let staff answer.
Okay. Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Matt Trieber again. So again, we're asking for direction on option. We have made the recommendation that the board direct us to move forward on option 1, which again is a non-mandatory. We heard a lot about the county charging fees. That's not under consideration, right? Our job, or my job as a staff member to the board and to the public as well, is to provide information. We have identified what we view as a potential cost associated with 1383 compliance. We are not here today getting direction from the board to go and charge residents who don't take service a fee, or those who do take that service a fee. That is not before the board. It's not under consideration, right? And the ordinance will not identify fees associated with compliance with 1383. It's not going to have a per rooftop charge to that. So it's been said, right? We have a non-mandatory. So if you want service, you call and you get service. That is your right. That is what we are requesting to move forward on, and bring an ordinance back to you next week for consideration that would provide for that. Now, yes, we have a compliance issue with potentially Cal Recycle, and they're going to want to say, hey, we're how are all these individuals dealing with that waste? And we may be in front of the board, but we are not at this point right now. But my role is to make sure that we're being upfront. Shame on me if I bring an option and don't discuss a fee that we know there's a cost associated, or a cost, I shouldn't say fee, but a cost associated with options, right? I don't think it would serve the public well, or certainly this board, if we showed up in 6 months and said, oh, by the way, that option we just adopted an ordinance on, here's a big fat cost associated with that, right? So we put that up front. There are a plethora of options that the board could consider on ways to fund those things, and whether or not waivers are instituted immediately or not, right? So we're going to bring an ordinance back next week if it's the board's pleasure, in compliance with that option one, giving the public the greatest flexibility.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, thank all of you for coming down and testifying today. I really, really appreciate it. Fine. You had a question?
No,
Well, I closed the public hearing. How do we handle that, Regina?
Chair, you don't have to open it back up, but if you'd like to allow for additional public comment, you can. And Chair, it wasn't noticed as the public hearing, and so
I'm
the
going to open it up for.
are a little bit more flexible.
Just you want to speak?
but you have to be at the mic.
Okay, you got to come up here. The same thing, you got to put your name and everything else, buddy. I'm sorry.
You don't have to sign in again, though. You don't have to, no.
Hank Schultz, Oakhurst, California. 2 questions. When will the modified ordinance be available for the public to view?
Don't ask both questions, and then he'll answer both of them.
We'll answer it after you sit down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got a second question?
The other question is, it's unclear what the proposal involving whether it's a 2-cart service or a 3-cart service, or what is being considered for the compliance areas. It's not, there's no issue whatsoever with the non-compliance, or excuse me, the low population areas. It's simply the compliance area. Is a 2-cart service being recommended or a 3-cart service? Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
close the public hearing again.
well, and again, I think County Council spoke. This is not a hearing. It's a, we're seeking direction here. So in regards to when that ordinance will be available, I will tell you, the requirement is 72-hour posting of the agenda prior to next Tuesday. So in short, that's the minimum. I have certainly shared with the group that we will get it to them as soon as possible. So, and with that, John's going to answer part 2.
Part of that is that depends what we tell you guys to do today. You can't write that until we make it. Go ahead, John.
So in terms of the level of service being proposed, right now, anywhere in the franchise part of the unincorporated county, which is the entire unincorporated county, you have the option of a 2-cart service. In the franchise area that's going to be subject to 1383 based on those maps, you'll have the option of either a 2-cart service with your responsibility to handle organics under a certain way, the document to the county, or a 3-cart service that will include the organics. So it'll be a 2 or 3. If it's 2-cart, there's still the obligation for you to document and manage how you're going to handle your organics.
Okay. But since I've been chairman, what I did change something for all of our department heads. They have to have all their stuff in before Wednesday, Tuesday even. So we get our agendas out now on Thursday and not Friday. So they are out every Thursday, and that way the whole year this year. So It will be out next Thursday.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, you're referring to, so based on the board's direction, we're going to go draft an ordinance for hearing next Tuesday. So it won't be next Thursday. It would be this Thursday.
This Thursday, yeah, I'm sorry.
Friday.
Yeah, because our next meeting is the 8th. So this Thursday, we will have the agenda out. Or next Tuesday's the 8th meeting.
Well, this Thursday is the next Thursday we're going to run into, so you're both right. So just listening to this, I think we're all saying the same thing. I think we all want the same thing. And I'm going to reiterate what Matt's saying is that these aren't fees that are identified, they're costs. Never once have I ever had a fee come before this board that had a range from 30 to 60, right? If it's a fee that's associated with it, it is the fee exactly what it's going to be charged. So we're not adopting fees, we're identifying costs. Now, in talking with staff, I know that they're already working on different ways to cover that cost so that the cost is not borne by the ratepayer. But SB 1383, whether any of us in this room like it or not, we're all going to pay for SB 1383, whether it be through a fee, a rate, or through our current taxes. In fact, every single person in this room has already paid for 1383 because our taxes paid Cal Recycle to come up with this new regulation to then impose more on us, right? Our tax dollars, this is our tax dollars at work. And I know it makes everybody in this room extremely angry, including everybody on this board, that our taxpayer dollars went to funding this kind of regulation to put back onto our residents. But as a state unfunded mandate, we're going to have to pay for it, whether it comes out of a rate, whether it comes out of some other pot of money, whether it comes out of our general fund, which then takes away services from everybody in the county. We don't have as much to pay, working with the haulers to be able to cover some of that. But we're going to pay for it regardless. We're going to have to figure out how to pay for it. And I don't want to see it all in just a rate or a fee, but we do have to do that. Also on the being able to get a waiver for the entire county. So for the unincorporated areas, we are very close to that threshold of the 70,000, but we have to take in the entire population of the county, including the two cities, which puts us at over 160 to 170, which puts us way outside of that range because we had been asking that from the beginning. So we have been asking about that waiver, and we weren't able to get it because it's not like we're just outside of it. We're way outside of it, over double. So with that, and again, I move to accept staff's recommendation with direction to staff to continue to look at methods of cost recovery that aren't in rates. However we can get to that would be appropriate and legal.
Second? Dave, you second? Okay, Dave, second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just so I want to make it clear, so we're going to go right now. John, Jared, and Scott and I are going to go to work and draft this ordinance based on that option one of a non-mandatory, and we will continue to research and look at other options of ways to look at that cost associated that we feel. So again, as we sit here, we don't know the specifics on that, and it's going to be, John has said it, we've all said it, a years-long process in this thing. So,
and I will tell you, the analogies that were used today really helped to bring it down to like getting a speeding ticket for not being in your car. I want everyone to carry that with them when we're looking at this as to those that are doing the right things. It costs them money already to do those right things, and figure out, when we're looking at how to do that cost recovery as a way to reach these goals, that there could even be a waiver of fee with those things because they are actually aiding in the 75% reduction.
And we have all the comments from the TAG group that they'll be looking at too when they write this ordinance up. And I want to thank all the TAG group again for our many meetings we've had. And we try to plan them for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and they usually go 2.5 hours. So thank all of you for all your patience. And I wanted to thank Bobby McCauley, my chief staff, who is home sick today, for setting all those meetings up because he knows how to run those things. I don't. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
Second issue we've dealt with today, created by the state, that'll cost the people money, and they don't
care.
They don't care. They don't have any idea what they're doing because it isn't going to solve anything. It creates more problems.
Yes. And we've arrived at a much better place than we were a year ago. And I know staff will continue to work with your group to continue to figure out ways to do this cost recovery. I think everyone in rural California has been helped, not just Madera County, by your involvement as well as staff's, to create a model that actually works in rural California, not just in LA where you used to come from.
And so the ones that don't know, that we petitioned, we went to, Dave Rogers was the rep last year, Rob's this year, to RCRC, our lobbyist. We directed him to fight to try to get that, I think it was SB or AB, whatever it was, 619 or something passed, and we couldn't even get the legislature to do nothing with it. So that would have helped all of us rural counties, the 38 of us, but Sacramento rules from LA, San Francisco, San Diego, and Sacramento. So we're the stepchildren. So we already had public comment done. So we got to move on. We got a lot more stuff to do. I'm sorry, but thank all of you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I want to get that right.
Thanks, Donnie.
Thanks, Donnie.
Okay, item 9.
Item 9, Supervisor and Chairman Wheeler, is a letter of support for some legislation introduced by Assembly Member Patterson. It's AB 1773, restoring funding for the California Land Conservation Act, otherwise known as the Williamson Act. It's
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a second? Any discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, now we'll do the staff reports and all that before we go back to closed session. So, Mr. Dave.
Report.
Mr.
Do we have more?
Huh?
Oh, we do?
You have 2 more closed session
We left
items.
15 oh, that's right. We left 15 minutes early. Okay. Nothing to report. Let's get into closed.
Letty.
Nothing to report.
Rob.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Me neither. Dave.
I hate to break the string, but just to remind the board that David Richstone was unavailable today for his introduction because he was serving on federal jury service. So we're going to try to move that to the agenda of the 8th and hope that he gets dismissed. Unfortunately, I think he's a pretty bright dude, and he'll probably get picked. So that may end up as a third quarter report for him. And that's it for me.
Yeah, thank you, and I reminded to do it, and I didn't. So thank you, Jay, for bringing that up. Okay, we got everything done. Oh, Karen, do you guys have anything over there?
I have nothing to report.
Okay.
No report, Chairman.
Okay. We'll go back and finish our closed session. You get it done? adjourn this meeting. I quit coughing, and we'll the agenda in about 5-10 minutes.
Thank you. Hold on one second. I got to close this meeting just for a moment.